Alright folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は317日目です。It is day 317. Okay, we got a big day today. It's almost 8 o'clock, I think. 6 minutes from 8. So we got like a super stacker, right? It's got to be at least four or five levels put together. Let's see how it goes. Alright, 300, we won't get to this one, that's fine. Tomorrow is gonna be a low volume day then, because if I finish this today, oh actually, we might flip the schedule to cover the review for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the day 4 review. Then we have like a fallout somehow. Let's say tomorrow, then it's skip a day. Oh, it will land on this day. Fair enough. That's level up day actually. Just kidding. So Saturday is level up day. Alright. Get into it. Should be relatively okay, I think. Let's see.
Fukasa.
Fukasa. Do I have to worry about this? Maybe not. Or maybe I do. Oh, it's like profound deep. What? Fukasa. Oh, or like death, probably. Yeah. Okay.
延長
Sure. Okay. Oops. Wait.
Genkai.
I. Suzu. Okay.
旅行する 待合
Machiai. Okay.
1億円。
One. Okay. 9 of zeros. Excuse me.
購買
Oh there, Danny. Howdy, howdy. How are you feeling today? Are you better? Oh, by purchase. Makura. Not really, not yet. Fair enough. Get well soon.
浮世絵。
浮世絵。Plentiful.
豊か。
Yutaka.
漏出
Bush. Forgive. right? Alright. I think we might have to skip this. Either forgive or to thank. Ayamaru. Yeah. Ayamaru.
謝る
Ayamaru. I don't know it. Yeah. Oh, it's not, I mean, not to forgive, but to apologize. I think we're gonna write something for this. Yeah, that's not good. A mountain is gonna work. Oh wait, I did write something for this. Ooh. He. Yama. Who was maybe he apologized before seeing Boo at Yama. I guess what was that? Sha? Shaman? Okay. Oh, this one needs something too. It's like a uwa or container. This one's rough. Container is like something wa uwa? No, utsuwa.
器
I need something for this. It's probably like U2 Walker. There's no way. We're not using it. Utsuwa. And we have key. You have a headache and the shivers. Hopefully you find something for that, Annie. So it doesn't worsen. I don't think I have that many. Okay. About the container. I feel pretty well. Thanks for asking. Feel pretty good. The container for utsu e to the wa, maybe like to what is we contain? Okay. That's alright. Sort of. Do? Yo?
習慣
You can. Incon, Incon Doko.
新婚旅行
Incon Doko.
証明
Dome. Station.
帰れる勉強する
捉える
Hello there, Bree. I'm doing pretty well this evening. Thanks for asking. How are you? Kotobatsuki.
言葉付き
Kotobatsuki.
場合
Bye. Bye. What? What the unify need? Like eat together? Hmm. Bye. Doing okay, just a bit tired. I see. Took a nap today because of my errands. I'm kinda powering up here. I thought it had like a place, probably like a case or a situation.
盗品
Hoang.
購読
Kodoku. 明らか。
明らか
明らか。Shiny, bright, or clear? Say what?
賞与金
Choyokin. Ew. Okay.
実感
Ikan.
預金 遊ぶ
Obu.
国旗
Oki.
作
Oh.
願意
Gai. Minasama. Eh. Mina.
皆様
Fukushoku.
Fukushoku. Oh.
投
投票
票する。
する. Oh wait, that's just the vote.
良好。
どこ? Ooh. Wait. Like to accuse someone? It's a lost. Ooh. So doing. Dang. I thought I was okay with this one. Have I heard of the app AirLearn? No. But it kind of sounds like Rocket or Brilliant. What does it do? Suing. What's suing over? Hope? You've been seeing ads for it everywhere. It's supposed to be the hot new Duolingo replacement. I can see that. You know what they say, if it happens, we'll see what it is about. Is it hot enough yet? Always kind of curious about the next new wave of things. Although you kind of say that for the last 4 things, right? There's one born every year. Duolingo didn't quite stay on its founder's effect, so it could be very, very touch and go. The suing thing is pretty sure it's to sue. Come back. Or to be sued? No. No, I'm looking for the read, right?
楽器。漏れる。購入。
購入。Whoops.
上官。
上官。
ご覧。
ご覧。
1
1
億。
億。
合図
Aizu. Uh,
操作
Sosa.
機構
Oh,
整
整理
理する
する。
転校
Inco. What is it advertising that will replace Duolingo? Is it doing exactly the same thing and iterating on just that slight edge? What is the slight edge they're advertising? Whenever I think about a thing that's advertised as a replacement, it should do all the things but slightly better. Because it's not trying to do something different.
世話
So what? It's mobile only though, which kind of stinks for you because you don't like learning on mobile, or you don't have to. You guess it's supposed to explain things better. It's supposed to teach you about the culture in the country as well. I saw someone learning French and explained the kissing on cheek reading and things like that. So it prides on its content as opposed to its methodology. Is there anything that indicates its methodology is different? I don't think content sells. At that level of engagement, I don't think content sells. That's like saying TikTok is better than YouTube Shorts because the content creators on TikTok explain things a little bit better than content on YouTube. If there's a methodology change, then there's a chance that that thing can AirLearn could replace Duolingo. But it's really down to methodology, in my opinion, at that level. Niche level, like niche groups can use content as a selling point, but ultimately I think it comes down to the methodology, how you get people to come back, right? What is the habit formation? Maybe it has some sort of dynamic SRS. I think Duolingo can definitely get knocked off its throne if it had some sort of dynamic SRS or something like that. Fundamentally change the way the content is served to you. I think I'm fairly confident now in my understanding of what drives current industry when it comes to learning apps. Fairly confident. I don't think it's like a big gamble that methodology is what lands certain apps to be definable. And the further and further away someone is trying to replace Duolingo by staying further and further away from their design language is a way to quote unquote sort of replace Duolingo, or it's another way to say it will compete with Duolingo. I don't necessarily think trying to replace Duolingo at its game is quite the way to go about competing with Founders Effect. That's kind of like saying on YouTube someone has 7 years ahead of you, so the way you will replace them is by doing exactly what they did, only they're 7 years ahead. I think that's one of the things that budding tech startups play. That's the game they play. And picking, for whatever Duolingo is, it's the top dog on Founder Effect. So maybe they have an angel investor that somehow boosts their resources to match Duolingo at its own game. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, the content, I'm not sold. I think the content, when someone learns something, the first thing they're going to think about is, well, I can apply my learning strategy to acquiring that information elsewhere. It doesn't matter if the app tells you these cultural things. You can also acquire them in every other context known to man. Not really, from what you've seen, is very similar to Duo, just a different UI. Dang. That's a shame. Perhaps we'll have to. I'll look into it and see if there's any interesting things that make the experience different. I think, like, genuinely, it's not a knock on AirLearn. It's the idea that if you keep playing the same game that another thing have so many years in curating, you have all the community that you want to latch away. Like, for example, how do you compete with TikTok? What Duolingo did to compete with TikTok is to replace TikTok's engagement with, like, TikTok's content with language, but compete it in the form of engagement. You much prefer Speakly, but you already know that. Yeah, but Speakly doesn't do what Duolingo does, so you can't compare them. The preference is a choice of taste, right? So that's how you compete. Indirectly, you don't necessarily compete with Duolingo. Speakly doesn't compete with Duolingo. They have a non-compete. People can use Duolingo and Speakly at the same time. That's what makes them viable. When someone comes out and say they're a hot new replacement for Duolingo, now that's direct competition. So the question is, what do they have to offer fundamentally in order to replace something? Maybe that's how you generalize the word and people are not talking about that, but when you're substituting something, you have to earnestly replace it. If you're saying they're like non-competing with each other, then that's fine. Like, Anki exists, WaniKani still exist. They don't actually directly compete with each other, actually. A lot of people say they do because they both apply SRS, but the things that I've read now that people like WaniKani, it's not the things that are present in Anki. So those products can both exist. Speakly can both exist. So the question is this AirLearn going to continue existing based on how it's different? So are they advertising, oh yeah, we share a lot more cultural things and we explain. Sorry, package came. I have some new shampoo and conditioner and stuff. Let's see. I think that's the way to go about it. The interesting thing is, I think tech companies and startups, right? I'm not actually sure if AirLearn is a startup. It could be backed by a startup that startup something else. Like, there can be a very high chance that AirLearn is affiliated with something like, I doubt it, but it could be affiliated with a service like Brilliant. Brilliant is fantastically non-overlapping with gamification. So Brilliant continues to exist. If I had to take a nod for like the steal formal education in an engagement way, I would say Brilliant. Not sponsored, by the way, but it would be awesome in the future to be someone who represents different learning strategies, but we have Brilliant. That's one thing. There's a new thing for coding as well. I forgot what it's called, but it gets plugged a bit. It's a game designed to teach coding, and that's interesting as well. So I think fundamentally, if the methodology stays the same, then they are competing with each other, which in this case, AirLearn's, as you have mentioned, might be competing with Duolingo. So they're trying to play the big game, which, by the way, for every time you learn kissing the cheek, Duolingo is teaching something else. So comparing what is important to you with the total amount of content, that is comparing apples and oranges. So it's a matter of taste. I can understand that learning cultural facts about French while learning the language is cool. While you're doing that, Duolingo is teaching people to play chess. So it's one of those, like, the content is relevant to the user, but the methodology is the same. So effectively whoever gains a higher hand on the methodology would override or overshadow the content that they're competing. And Duolingo is a multi-million, billion, I guess billion dollar company that has the manpower or the workflow to outcompete in content. I'm not entirely convinced that a product that's trying to compete on content is going to be the solution. I imagine though, it's not like AirLearn is going to disappear or anything. What they're trying to segregate themselves is they're actually trying to say they're different from Duolingo. And what you said makes it different from Duolingo. And Duolingo is not competing in that. They're not going to go back around and say, oh yeah, now we're going to go add culture details and stuff. They're not competing with that. So it's a non-compete. They'll both exist. And you know what, hear me out. You might be thinking, or I'm not you, but those other people who you're quoting or paraphrasing might be thinking, oh yeah, man, this is going to totally take down Duolingo. It's actually going to make Duolingo popular or more popular. The product AirLearn, in my opinion, if I had to have a hot take here, they are piggybacking on Duolingo. They are successful because Duolingo exists. That is, in my opinion, the reality of how business models work. Startups imitate and get popular because of the thing. So if you're gonna say things like it's gonna replace Duolingo and make it less popular, then AirLearn itself will become less popular as well. It would tell people that the design that Duolingo has is becoming worse, as in it's becoming less desirable. So if your company is saying, oh yeah, we're gonna follow Duolingo's lead until we're better than them, then they themselves also drive down their popularity. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but when you go after an established product, you have to at least do that product first or be able to compete at their level and then add one extra. So it'll be interesting to see if AirLearn will replace Duolingo. I'm not rooting for either of them, honestly. I think competition means that the consumer wins, so that's always nice to know. I'm definitely usually pro competition in this case. Let's see. Oh yeah, for sure. I do use both Duo and Speakly, and you're open to the idea of trying. Maybe I'll give it a whirl and give. Is there a free trial? I don't mind giving it a whirl too if it's like a short period. Right now it's almost December, so Boon Pro is gonna be added to the cycle, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do that. I'm like stretched pretty thin, right? My prior commitments are catching up. Like I have a bunch of. All right. I would love to hear what your thoughts are.
遊園地
You seem to like the last thing I would doubt about you, Bree, is that you would want to try something, because it feels like you're trying things at like triple my pace most of the time. It's freemium. You can do a few lessons a day. You just download and start a lesson. I guess they do fun fact style stuff while you're learning. Oh, that's cute. I think that's pretty great. Maybe on loading screens or in between every lesson or something. It kind of reminds me of why I like video game loading bars, actually. Video game loading bars, like there's quite a lot of games where they put like humorous notes as well in between your engagement. It was teaching you merci, and after it taught, it popped up with a blurb that said the word merci comes from the Latin word merci, meaning wages or reward, which later evolved into merci, carrying the meaning of thanks or gratitude. Oh, that's interesting. You can imagine people just skipping right past those facts. That has been done before, and guess what? Most people don't actually remember those facts. It's been done in gaming for a very, very long time. And despite being angry at the loading screen, individuals still, the vast majority of people still don't remember passive information in the middle. Unless, hear me out, unless the trivia immediately relates to the thing that you have to use that trivia information to answer the next question. That immediately will help you form associations and help you immediately apply the knowledge to the next thing. So that's where puzzle games excel. Puzzle games tell you random facts about the puzzle because the puzzle, it's always random facts about puzzle. They're abstractions until they are used. So a puzzle game will introduce you some benign rules, but they immediately apply that information to solving the next thing. So that will make the fact active. Unfortunately, when you're telling fun facts and stuff and trivia, if there is no form of engagement of applying that fact to the current situation, this is what I feel is dressing. When you, in my opinion, with all due respect to the people who are designing and trying to like introduce facts, facts without engagement is far too passive in this day and age. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to do that fun little professor situation, but the thing is it's missing something. The professor is the thing that is being associated with. So the fun facts are attached to an existing model. Having trivia facts that are about something, you're assuming that the person is able to form that association. So you might actually remember things, Bree. Like they're banking on the idea that you are interested in linguistics or like cultural relevance to an extent that you would invest time in remembering those facts. The problem is you're storing those facts for now, and then you immediately go back to doing your like reviews and stuff, and if they don't leverage those facts, it's in one eyeball and out the other eyeball, unfortunately. And I'm not saying like there's some special human being that can navigate this. It really doesn't. It's a human condition. If you do not associate the facts with the thing you're doing, then that's more facts to remember, right? And we have to put ourselves in the mindset of the current learner. They want to do the very least amount of studying and learning to get the results they want. So if you're competing with Duolingo with a design that says, we're making language learning easier, and then you decide that the optimal way is to introduce more facts for the person to remember using rote memory, that will get skipped. Like inherently, not necessarily the people won't read it and hear it, the brain is going to skip that fact. Like you're going to hear it's like, oh, that's neat. It's gone. The moment you do the lesson that is probably going to be unrelated to the fun fact because you didn't relate it, you can choose to. And in my opinion, if I were going to use it right now, what you just described, when I see a fun fact, I would immediately think about how to make a mnemonic attaching a fun fact to something I'm doing. So then I will have retained that fun fact and use that fun fact. That's laborious. That's like kind of saying, hey, my man, do you want to hear a fun physics detail? And that person's like, I don't care about physics. I just care about how to use physics. No matter how interesting you make it, if they're not interested in you, like a permanent object or an incentive, those facts rarely ever stick. That's why I have a very slight gripe with how products are advertising. You'll retain more because you'll see it more and see it enough that you'll remember it. I'm like, yeah, that's the bare minimum. So if you're adding trivia facts and whatnot, that's extra work. It's not extra work if the person puts in the extra work. That's the irony. You have to put in the extra work to remember those facts in order to use them. You can barely get someone to build a mnemonic on their own, let alone spoon feed them more cultural facts. Like the last time I checked, in school, when a kid says all these facts are useless, no matter how much you drill them, they even can get A's, by the way. A students can still do this. Next year, they won't remember most of the facts that they don't want to use. And that's kind of disappointing. So hopefully, in my opinion, they have a solution for that. AirLearn has some way to prop up and make the facts fun. A trivia game immediately tests those facts. A puzzle game immediately tests those facts. So it's not extra flavor text, because I'm gonna be real with you. I like a Dragon. I like a Dragon. I play video games with very long histories, but I can't even recall a single flavor text right now on an item or something. And that's what that is. That is flavor text. Until you can encourage the person to use it. I probably use it because I remember you telling me it right now. But that's one fact in probably tons of many. It looks like you can do 5 lessons a day for free. Interesting. If it's 5 lessons a day, what about review? Like, do you get the reviews for the 5 lessons and you can like practice as many times as you want? Because doing 5 lessons a day, that would be kind of a fun mini series. Do like a slight short fun mini series on the side for AirLearn. I'm not actually sure if you can even stream the thing, so there's a lot of other things to consider first. Yeah, I'm forming my ideas of what to look for, as in giving ideas of when next time when I'm choosing something, what are the things that I look for in order to complement my learning, my language learning, right? I'm okay with other people doing redundant tasks, like going from Anki to WaniKani to flashcards to making your own flashcards. There's still, what happens is there's redundancy, but I think that redundancy is necessary for those people. And the slight increase in effort as you're going to do and juggle more tasks is an upgrade for the person's learning capabilities. However, if you're going from something like Duolingo to like AirLearn and you're learning trivia facts, but your focus is on learning the language, then it could be seen as fluff or dressing. You can make it work though. You can make the thing work. So the idea is, if that's what attracts you, make the thing about the language. Like, you gotta tie the content to the existing content you're focusing on. I think that's one of the things that get lost sight of when someone says like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy that product. It has a lot of features, but I'm gonna buy it now because it has lots of features. One day I might use those other features, and you don't. That's unfortunate. I think that's how I feel the internet is trying to, a tech company is trying to tell you how to buy things, right? Like, hey, that's how I feel about this situation right now. You know, it's this chart that you would see where this is product A and this is product B. It's like, oh, product A has all these features. Product B might have these features, but it doesn't have these. Now the question is, are these features content dependent? If they're content dependent, you have to ask yourself, do you use it? I think one of the first examples in a teenager's lifetime is when you're buying a car. When you're buying a car, this happens a lot. So sometimes you end up buying both. And buying both will help you realize whether you want these features or not, right? The thing is, both people win. right? Both the merchants get their money, and then leave the person deciding if they needed these features, right? How do you compete? How does Netflix exist when Disney Plus also exists? And Paramount Plus and all your pluses, your plus lords, how do they all exist? None of their content overlaps, or lack of overlapping content. I got one more hot take. Console Wars. And what is Console Wars? Exclusivity. Now here's the thing. Airlearn doesn't have exclusive rights to telling people what French culture is. So in a way, if they're saying like, oh yeah, that competes with Duolingo, it doesn't. Duolingo isn't saying, oh, we're gonna add more cultural facts. They have other things to do. They focus on what's the next game-ish thing they can gamify. And I'm waiting for that science one. You know, like biology gamified. This, in my opinion, is what happens when people compare products. They compare the existence of a feature and the absence of a feature. And it's even weaker, in my opinion, personally, when it's content. Because content, who is Airlearn actually competing with when it comes to content? It's YouTube. They're not competing with Duolingo. Duolingo never did it, and they never will. Like, they're not interested in that. What they hope is when someone learns the language, they probably go to YouTube to learn the content. Like, you know, it doesn't give you a full picture of the language, so it would incorporate and understand that they don't want to compete with YouTube for content. They want to compete in their own arena. It's oftentimes, I feel like this is not understanding who you're actually competing with and what you're competing with is one of the ways to get people to buy your product against people who don't make comparing and contrasting accurate, in my opinion. And that's good for business. I think people who are advertising A and B, Duolingo and Airlearn, know exactly that, which is, I wouldn't say it requires a mental genius with high perception to understand that. I don't even consider myself to have high perception. I understand that when you cite something comparable, it has to actually be comparable. If it's absent, that's not a point of comparison. You have to ask, why does Duo lack cultural fun facts? Right? They didn't magically say, oh yeah, man, we forgot to add fun facts to our design. They're not there. Right? I'm pretty sure over the history of Duo, there were many people who already criticized Duo. They don't talk about culture. I'm like, yeah, because they never planned to. If this becomes successful though, hear me out. If Airlearn starts gaining traction because of the culture feature enough, then Duolingo might add it. But you see what happens with content? Duolingo has AI. So it's within their ability if they want to. Content is not strong enough, in my opinion. It's the core context of learning. Does it teach you how to learn in a different way? In my opinion, is what you're paying for. You're paying for something you can't find on YouTube. Hopefully, you're paying for something you can't find on YouTube. Learning that French people greet each other by kissing. Actually, Italians as well, because I have personal experience with that. It's a very weird feeling at first, but it's happened a couple of times in my professional life where like you greet each other. It looks like they have a flashcard section, but it's just kind of like a review. It's not like a traditional flashcard. Both the French and English are on the same side. Oh, interesting. I wonder why they did it that way. It looks like you can review those anytime. Okay, so you're kind of stacking up lessons. Also, for Pro, they have a 14-day free trial if you sign up for the 1 year. Okay. Or a 6-month plan and 7-day trial. So a trial attached to a pre-committed. Oh, wait, hold up. Is it the one where you sign up for a year, but you can cancel anytime before the trial ends? Is that how that works? Because I think it's kind of shady to have to commit a year to get access to a free trial. But I imagine it's something like sign up for a year, like auto renewal for the year, but you get that 4-day free trial and then you can cancel at any time prior to the start of your 1-year plan or something. And 1 year is $40. That's pretty competitive. 6 months is $25 and 1 month is $5. That's really competitive. Although what you described was something like repackaged YouTube videos on top of Duolingo's structure for now. Thank you, Nojo. Hopefully everything is good on your end, Nojo. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. That's so interesting. Anyways, I'll look at AirLearn. I haven't heard it. So a lot of, you said you have a lot of advertisements. May I ask, where did you see these advertisements? You say everywhere. Can you give me an example? I haven't seen it. The last couple days, I really have not been looking around. So we've been fairly running short on time.
山登り
Nobody. They're kind of like my scout, Bree. You're doing this scouting for me, like the trend scouting. It kind of is a great way to have something to talk about. What? Oh. Bakurankai.
博覧会
Bakurankai. Okay.
僕
Book. Wait. Okay. I should just write 100 million. A lot better. Or add commas. Or periods. Depending on where you're from. The custom, right? Not it.
なれる 訴訟
Oh. Still doesn't help me with the lawsuit one. Hmm.
含む
流行歌。
流行歌
流行歌。It doesn't explicitly say you can cancel at any time, but I guess I assume that's the case. You've seen it on YouTube, Instagram, and you're in a few language learning Discord and have seen a few people bring it up, all within the last week or two, I say. Okay. Huh. Honestly, I do wish I could do this long enough in a more transparent way, but I'm not committed to language learning. However, it would be kind of fun to be someone who gets solicited by these things to try them out, like as a coverage thing. But I would have to present myself as like some sort of professional with a lot of experience or an influencer that commands a lot of influence. And generally speaking, that can leave a different impression, right? You could turn into, you can have a public image of being a representative. And honestly, the only representative that I'm comfortable of doing is representing myself at the moment. The closest thing I've ever gotten was to engage in small projects by singular unilateral people. So if I can engage and understand them, they have unilateral control of what their project is moving forward. I doubt Airlearn is not a large corporation. That was a double negative. I'm likely to guess that Airlearn has a higher investor background. Probably not as high as like Bezos's new AI startup, Prometheus, but I would say maybe a fraction of Duolingo, something like that. Van Damme's Duolingo is quite a beast when it comes to financial backing. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the days of old when console wars were up, and when people constantly say like, oh yeah, you know, Xbox is gonna take a dunk on the next PlayStation, and the next PlayStation is gonna take a dunk on the Xbox, when in reality exclusivity makes them non-competitive with each other. Like, it's one of those things, the fuel in the competition makes both sides more profitable. So when people say like something is taking a dunk on another thing, they are more creating attention for those things and supporting them in a way, because competition is good. Consumers win, right? It helps consumers. So in a way, those who are perfectly content with buying and understanding which one they want or what they want, they will continue to purchase on the back of people who create friction and contrast. And I think that's what the internet has built on. Like, not necessarily any one company contributed to this. For business to continue to thrive very well without having to pay for attention and whatnot, drawing comparisons like that, in my opinion, is a gold mine. It's a gold mine when wielded properly. Nintendo would not be Nintendo if Sony and Xbox and all the others were not around, right, historically. So it's quite interesting what Airlearn will do. I'm gonna be like a historian here for now. The same was said with Pimsleur, LinQ, Dabble, probably Speakly too. All your quote-unquote Duolingo killers, right? Like app killers, your Halo killers, right? Like whenever a new FPS comes out, yeah, there's new Halo done its sub in, and content will eventually erode when their creators erode from the product itself. So I genuinely, it's quite rare that competition immediately remove something. There are obviously these things do exist. Like for example, 8-tracks versus MP3s, Blu-ray versus the HD DVD. So these things do exist, but we're talking about human content here. Like back in the day, the things that outcompete each other was not creative products. They were necessity physical products, which by the way, that's one of the attractions of the new wave of AI startups. Bezos' startup is focused on physical AI application. And that type of thing is a bit more viscerally quantifiable. the content that all the AI models are, churning out and slapping around, that usually doesn't lead to a competitor like dying out. It leads to a competitor having a non-compete with the others. So yeah, you can have plenty of Groks and Geminis and Siris and Bings, and like Bing is still around, right? Despite Google search and all that. Creative content and recycling of content creatively has very little, in my opinion, to substitute for whatever these people or whatever loyalists are trying to say. Like, oh yeah, language learning doesn't require a lot of apps that spin culture and the things they want to learn differently. We should limit the way people learn by saying that our products should replace other products. That to me is legitimately what I have learned in the last 2 years of language learning. One of the most common threads when it comes to interacting with someone online is to show that their product is inferior and that it doesn't help a person learn anything. Like, so your goal is to make products outcompete each other, so that you have less and less choices on how to learn. That's amazing, in my opinion. And what I mean by amazing, I mean that's amazingly asinine and hypocritical. But I am interested, and with that said, I'm rooting for AirLearn. I'm rooting for them introducing a new competitive way to learn a language. Be fantastic. Until it becomes so popular that it draws hate, so then everyone's out to get AirLearn by comparing the next new thing against it. You're actually really enjoying Ling Uno? Oh, okay. Lately, you think you bought it up a few... Yes, you did. And you used to use it for just crosswords, but now you logged back in and found that they have added a few new features like conjugation practice, grammar comparison. That sounds amazing. A study section for comparing words that are similar, listening practice. Yep. They also added a big bank of verbs and other probably very subjective. They rate on a scale of commonality. I see. And you've been using it as sort of a check before adding to Anki. That's how, in my opinion, that's a way to get tools to work for you. Like, for example, I mentioned this in the Discord, right? Like 90% of my workflow for ideas and stuff aren't even located locally in my room. Like, while other people think about creating the best thing to replace all the tools, I am thinking, how many tools can I string together for their functional purposes so that they don't overlap, right? I don't have to keep on investing in tools that should serve redundant purposes and processes. The content will be the content. The question is, can you use the content? I think knowing that you're using a product with 4,000 kanji, for example, and you only use it to learn 500 kanji, knowing that it has 4,000 kanji is not an advantage of the product if you don't use the content. Like buying a book and reading the first 10 pages. You did not get the value of the book. You only read the first 10 pages. Buying a car to rarely drive it. That is unrealized valuation. You're investing in things thinking that you own something and it would encourage you to use it. That's how I feel people shop for apps. They shop for textbooks in the same way. It's absurd, in my opinion, how... Okay, absurd is a little strong. It's unbecoming. It's unbecoming that so many times when people think about their investments, I don't think they understand the word investment. Investment means that it accrues value, or like it has the potential, but it also should be doing that. Like, you don't realize the returns on your investment unless it actually is used or have turned into something else. So when you buy something hoping to use it in the future, like knowledge, for example, or you buy a textbook, it's like, oh yeah, this is the best textbook. It covers every grammar point. If you used it for 10 grammar points, you didn't use it for anything. You actually wasted your money. Like, I rarely use the W word, the waste word, but generally speaking, that's what happens when people have poor finances. And what I mean by that is, not only, in my opinion, a lot of times it's very correlated when someone buys something and they don't use it, to also mismanaging their budget for things that they think they need, but it's really the things that they want. Like, I can't tell you something that I bought. I can tell you a couple of things that I did buy that have no value right now. I bought a carbon fiber tripod by Peak Design. It's still sitting there, and that is an undisclosed, very expensive amount of money that has zero value. It does not have any value, and that is my bane to carry. I bought something that I thought I would use, and I didn't use it. I have a whiteboard that's about 20 bucks. Still sitting over there. Like, I plan to use it, right? I plan to use it. This is also about technology timing, where someone would buy something and it's like, oh, I'm going to buy this and I'm going to eventually release something by using that technology. You didn't, no value until you actually use it. There's absolutely no value. You've lost the initial value already. So, that's kind of like buying a house but not live in it. Or use it, to collect rent or something. Like, oh, I'll buy a house and I could collect rent, but you didn't. So that house doesn't gain that value. If you're buying a house to do something, you hope to do it. Like, to do it then. And I feel like language learning stuff has become that. Where it's like, oh, hey, I like this app, but man, it only teaches like 100 kanji. Like, that means that I would have to find another app for 100 kanji, and then they would immediately go and look for a metric that they might not ever realize the value of it. So they would go, it's like, oh yeah, this app, I like this app because it has 4,000 kanji. I'm like, okay, I hope that you bought it for other reasons, like how to learn those 4,000 kanji, how much time it takes, how much you're paying for the time it takes. Because if that 100 kanji is free and it does it really well, then you have 100 kanji of value without inputting any financial investment, right? And hear me out, there's always a chance that you're supporting something that will then expand that thing. So if you go around saying like, oh yeah, this product sucks because it doesn't have enough content, I'm like, I don't think you understand that content doesn't have value until you actually use it. So if you're if you want to have, I'll use this logic. I'll use the same logic that most people use when it comes to language learning. If you solely believe that content is the way you learn, like the massive amount of content is the way you learn, I hope you're that person that say the most efficient way to get the most value out of your time with language learning is to pick up a dictionary, an all-comprehensive textbook of the history of the country, the history of the language, all the linguistic principles, just books that have all that information, and go to town on those, because those would be the highest value for that metric. A dictionary would probably be your first thing you should start reading. And now, if the dictionary becomes too bored, every single problem that you have about the dictionary, rip out some pages, figuratively rip out some pages of the dictionary, and then replace it with what the app is offering. Does the app schedule your time to study from the dictionary? Rip a couple pages out of the dictionary, because that's where your time is going to be. That's what you're paying for. And then, streaks, you love streaks? Rip several more pages out of the dictionary. Oh, you also like fancy animations? Rip several pages out of the dictionary. That's how, in my opinion, you should, like, people may want to consider viewing their value. When you use something like Duolingo, the value is everywhere, not simply the value that you choose to focus on. If you're focusing on that it lacks something, there's no value to be gained there. What did they replace it with? Right? If you're learning fun facts about a country, what could you be learning instead? That's a way to compare something, not the absence of something. And I feel that is how people make their, not people, but the individuals that interacted with me make their purchasing decision. And it's completely free. Yeah, I know, like completely free. That's great. You get all the features you do have to make an account, but that's it. Okay. The biggest downfall is how limited they are in languages. That would probably deter a lot of people. Content. Yep. That would deter people because of content. So if you're competing with Duolingo, content. They choose to compete on content level. And honestly, the way you said it and how you raised it, that illustrates exactly my point. I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. The idea is I am part of a minority. I don't focus on content. If you want content, go to YouTube. YouTube is that's what you're comparing with. You're not competing. Airlearn is not competing Duolingo for content. Airlearn is trying to compete for Duolingo for engagement. And their method of engagement and entry points and costs, paywalls, and maintenance is probably what they're gonna allow them to last and persist around Duolingo, right? TikTok is Duolingo's competition for engagement. So now we're comparing actual things that are comparable, like engagement. Duolingo, I really still appreciate that the Louis Van Damme, when he talked about it, he specifically talked about competing with something like TikTok when it comes to the scope of engagement. Like, do you want to see 2 hours of cat videos or learn how to play chess? Especially learn how to play chess with still the minimum interacting with your opponents, but at least that's still interacting with the opponent. Okay, like parasocially engaging with someone or slightly vicariously competing with someone. I think that's the silver lining here. You're picking the lesser of two, right? Or you're picking the greater of two, so to speak, in this context. Would I like to see two people trying to outfox each other in chess, or watch two people watch each other vicariously through a TikTok? I think I would choose the latter because there's not enough of it. There's not enough of people challenging each other and interacting with each other. You can watch TikTok all day long if you want, or you can add a little bit into your life that's still not that great. Sitting in a chat room with someone, solving a problem together and against each other about a topic would be fantastic if someone figures out how to gamify that or encourage them to be in the same room. Incentivizing, like Twitch can do this, by the way, but it would hurt their business model. Like having ways in which engagement is also functionally educational in the way feedback is given between each other. That would hurt their bottom line, because then you wouldn't have like one streamer that they can focus on to get like an incredible return on viewership, right? This would not be possible for what I'm saying, where you would create an infrastructure in which one streamer is incentivized to keep their accounts low because you want to increase the quality of the interaction between the streamers. That means they would have to get tons of streamers to scale up, and then they would need an entirely different business model, right? Like if the ratio is like really close to 1-to-1, that would be terrible for business. And apps have to contend with this too. Like, how do you scale up? Duolingo obviously gave that answer. AI is how they scale up. So, hey, it'll be interesting. They also have a leaderboard for those people who like competition. Yeah, so leaderboard is the closest thing to indirect competition, because it leaves the person behind a name and a number. And that is the bare minimum. That is still slightly more than TikTok, for example. Like, TikTok is imaginary competition, because when you see someone who's very successful in front of the camera, then you have an imaginary non-compete. Why do I say it's a non-compete? It's because you already lost. You're not competing with the success you are watching. So whenever one day you decide, I want that success, you're going to remind yourself that you not only non-competed, you can't compete with them. That's the mindset. So a little bit better than that is to at least have an indirect way of comparison. And leaderboards is one of them. But you see, there's also PvP. And I think PvP is as common as it gets. That is as far as the youth has gotten. PvP, which PvP is somewhat still indirect, because you don't see the consequences of being the loser or the winner in the context of the group. You see you losing and you winning outside the group. So there's no problem solving. Like, you don't have critical thinking. You don't say like, oh, I just nailed this guy across. They must feel bad. And that's as critical thinking as possible. Like, you didn't analyze someone long enough to know their thing. You know what it is to win and lose. Then comes in some games that play 1v1 for an extended time. What is that? Language learning is that. Like, that's what people changed language learning into. Okay, I learned for 1 year, you learn for 2 years. That's an extended competition. But you see, it's indirect still. That's why I feel this does not create critical thinking skills. But it is still one above parasocial relationships. It still get people to think, oh, my 1 year, what is it worth? My 1 year, I get to do this, and then they did this in 2 years. Maybe I can learn from the extra experience. There's a relational here. Parasocial relationship creates the A has this and B has this. Clearly A is better. That is so way off the mark. I can't possibly even comment on whether I care if they buy product A or B. I'm more worried about what other life decisions and stuff do they make this type of adjustment, because this is not comparison. So when someone says, oh yeah, I learn better, right? And my only concern is, how do you know? Like, I genuinely have no idea what I learn better means. So the quicker you can answer, how do you know? The quicker I'm less worried about your critical thinking skills. Right? How do you know? Why? Why? What are you doing? Can you describe what you are doing to me? Like what you're currently doing? And that's where Bree, your explainer, and you're talking and revealing things that are important to you. That's, if you, in my opinion, if people, like friends, family, online people, spend time talking about this as a natural consequence of interacting with each other, over time, their decision-making skills go up, in my opinion. In fact, it's a great argument for knowing more people. It's my motivation to talk to more people because I know that my decision-making improves. Because I have more tangible knowledge and wisdom with that information. Like if I learn more about you, I immediately can apply those criticisms to something. So that will be forever. Like that's tied into decision making. You make a decision nearly every split second. You make a decision. No matter how trivial it is, you're still making a decision. And they're based on collecting experience of knowledge being applied to the situation. If you have an app or a game that does it all for you, does it all, and you're not making any of those decisions. Like the leaderboard determines who wins is an example. It's a great place to start, like a leaderboard, right? And a great way to demonstrate how a leaderboard affects me is the leaderboard tells me what the leaderboard tells me. Maybe I scored less. Does it mean I lose? The leaderboard would tell me that I lost because I scored less. But I didn't lose. How can that be? Because I can use my critical thinking skills to see what I have gained. That's the same as, in my opinion, that's very similar to saying, I made a mistake. So therefore, I must correct it. Versus, I made a mistake, so now I can improve upon it. Or, I made a mistake, so I should forget it. I actually think most people work on this instead. A good amount of people work on this. So I'm going to say like 60% people operate this way, 30% operate this way, and when you think it's an opportunity to improve, less than 10%. Right? These are critical thinking skills. You require to have critical thinking skills to see if you made a mistake, do you want to forget it? Do you want to correct it? Do you want to improve upon it? How, why, and where and when can you do those things? When you feel like all you have is one choice, that's a great telltale sign that you're lacking problem solving and critical thinking skills. So when someone says, I'm in debt, for example, and their only choice is bankruptcy, that's what happens. This is a lack of critical thinking skills. Or, I'm in debt, so this is what Google says. And they'll follow it to the T and see if it works. But they're not going to learn if it works. They're just going to test if it works or not. If it doesn't work, you move on to the next thing. You don't actually learn from what you did. You test something, see a result, and you move on. No critical thinking skills. Minimum critical thinking skills. The critical thinking skills you have is you look at a number, and if the number goes up, then good. If the number goes down, then usually bad. Pretty unfortunate. Like, in my opinion. And it's not because you can't live a happy life. I really genuinely believe that if you hate critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, the world might still have yet provide a technology in which you can pay for it so that you don't have to do any of those things. However, to me, it's the most rewarding thing about being a human. The most rewarding thing about being with friends and family. Without that critical thinking skill, it's rare that someone will have friends or family for a lifetime. Because not only are you not reliable, you are not able to communicate through conflicts and solve problems together, right? Your inability for critical thinking skills also affects how reliable you are, how helpful you are, how desirable you are, how approachable you are. Most of those things filter into the idea that people who are capable of thinking and critically thinking like to be around people who can also do that. Because if you can critically think and problem solve, you rarely want to be around people who can't problem solve or critically think. There is one big asterisk though. There is one big asterisk. When someone has so much in their life that they're inevitably content, they may go and seek those to teach them, educate, and hope that they also acquire a life or the ability to seek improvement in their life. Otherwise, you're probably going to end up, in my opinion, bouncing from the next grift to the next grift, right? The grifts are your main source of XP until that XP leads to some critical thinking skills. What's a grift? A masterclass that tells you they will solve all your problems. What's a grift? Pay me $500 up front and I can guarantee you results. It's a grift because the people who they target are people who lack critical thinking skills. And this part, I'm not beating around the bush. This sucks. This sucks a lot. Where nowadays, the faster your grift is, the more money you make. You target people who are incapable of knowing that. What's a great example? Live service models. What do you target, kids? It's a very real thing. Like, it's harder to target people who are more likely to have critical thinking skills. So their target was like 30 plus. It's harder. And I don't mean this in a malicious way. I mean objectively. So you can constantly use objectivity to argue this. Objectivity has no emotions. The objective fact is, if you want a live service to work, you target people who don't understand what live service is yet. You get them hooked on it, and then they will not form the critical thinking skills necessary to say, nah, live service is not for me. How does that work? Gambling. Right? Substances. I know I'm getting into controversial territory, but these parallelisms work a lot. When businesses objectively choose the factual truth of their target, it's not personal. As in, there are no personal vendettas or maliciousness. It's the most efficient way. So now I want to know, you know what's my biggest curiosity about how you're sharing this airlearn? I want to read about the developer's message. I used to find this incredibly boring. Like, when I was a kid, I don't have critical thinking skills. Like, I was still developing them, right? And I generally tell myself, like, I don't care about the people that made it. I mean, their products speak for itself, right? You probably heard this line of thinking before. The product speaks for itself. And I still think that's how people purchase things nowadays. What happens when there are so many products that overlap? Right? Now there are so many products that overlap. So what do you have to do to define the differences? The people behind it. So the vast majority of the time when I think of a product that I'm going to stream or a product that I'm going to share, I go immediately to About Us, About Contact, Philosophy. Philosophy would be like mission statement. You know, meritocracy, possibly. Like if they have like a legacy or something, public accessible image, right? Those are the things I look for immediately, because I know their product is going to go overlap with many other products first. Like it is very rare for in this modern world of startups and content cycling that there is a true leaps and bounds in methodology. The goal for the grift is to make something that is slightly better than the last thing you're modeling after. And to me, going after content, it's not worth my investment. Most of the time. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to write it off immediately. My investment, despite a company focusing on content, the time that I'm going to spend is not on the content they offer, is on the method that they have, because there's content is objective in the sense that it's about volume, and if you are new, no one's gonna bat an eyelash on your content. Like, that's kind of like saying I'm gonna be a content creator, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm gonna compete with someone who spent 14 years making the same exact content, and somehow I will be more visible. You still can. You can try. Like, what I mean is you can still compete on content. I would probably also look at something else. And I would actually probably spend 80% of the time trying to differentiate yourself on something that you're going to be doing for the vast majority of your future life that isn't based on competing with someone in their own arena. Like a Let's Play video. Like, hear me out. I make Let's Play videos, right? I make doing WaniKani each and every day. The question is, am I trying to compete with the other people? The answer is no. I'm never going to be able to compete with a polyglot that has 60 years of experience on me. That's not what I'm selling. I'm selling my human experience. And that's one way you can get around the content problem. Apps don't have that at the moment. How do they sell their human experience? They sell their expertise transitioned into their method. So the only thing that I really have worthwhile in all of this, like rumination and talking, is what I'm describing here. This is the value of me using WaniKani and doing a language learning. This is my value. The value is I have experience that is unique enough, sufficiently, to describe the experience with the different methods. If I tell people, hey guys, I'm gonna make my own Anki platform, would you care to? I'm not gonna compete with Anki on their own terms. I will use Anki to understand what it lacks, maybe, or weaknesses and strengths of Anki, and I would use that to understand how to create a product. A non-compete is the goal, in my opinion, for someone who's starting up. Airlearn kind of strikes me as someone who has a very strong backer. So it's a ballsy move. I think it's a ballsy move. Very, very ballsy. Much like all the Halo competitors back in the day. When Halo was at its peak, you know, Halo 1, Halo 2, definitely after 2, and everyone, like Sony dumped money into, what's the game called? The thing with the mask and the eyes. Dang it. See, I don't even, it's by Guerrilla Games. They're still around. I forgot what the game series is called. See, it's so submerged and diluted by Halo's presence, because what they tried to do was try to compete Halo in the same arena and iterate on that using a slight bend in content. Or we can talk about maybe when Medal of Honor tried to consistently catch up with Call of Duty in the same arena by spinning their content. Not plenty of examples. I am interested in seeing Airlearn all together though. I wonder if they have a cute mascot. That's my third person. Hang on, let me see. Let me see the front page. Oh, I mean, there's some cute designs here. It's a cat? Okay. Yeah, I see this cat face on the leaderboard. So there's a mascot, so you know it. Why am I focusing on mascots? Because mascots is one of the, in my opinion, the easiest way to like form a parasocial connection to something now, because you have to be identifiable. Despite working on content and whatnot, if the thing is not identifiable, you have zero tether. Now, like, people, in my opinion, people who these apps are made for have such a small amount of emotional connection with a lot of things now that even the slightest bit of emotional connection is a great asset to utilize to gain trust in a platform. It can be abused, I understand. Like big corporation, they can abuse this. We have plenty of examples of corporations using objectivity and say it's business, not personal. Like, oh, you don't like Windows 10? That's too bad. We want you to use Windows 11. Right? Microsoft has recently done that. That's one of the transitions. And there's no emotion, like, it doesn't capture the sensitivity of the emotional attachment. So that's become like a new thing. Unfortunately, it can also be abused. It can be abused for objective reasons, and then it can be abused for subjective reasons. It can also be the greatest thing to encourage someone. And that's why Duo is Duo. Like, one of the biggest assets for Duo is Duo. Not necessarily how comprehensive its language learning thing is. It's Duo, literally the bird and the cast of characters. Blue's Clues, Dora the Explorer, El Chapo. They're connections that are so loose right now. It's so loose that people are so fickle nowadays. Like, oh yeah, Duo did something I don't like, I'm quitting now. Go Diego, go. Yeah. So to me, that's where I hope that someone comes out and say, we're going to do it better. We're going to bring back the human connection. Yeah, you can't forget Dora's cousin. No, Swiper, no swiping. That's classic. Although Blue's Clues is, Blue's gonna do what we can too, etc. Right? Like, those are Bluey's the new thing. So I would say Bluey's the edgier, like the more consistent performer right now. The show Bluey. Family cartoons are coming back, by the way, with family cartoons are trending upward. I think it's not because people are bad, malicious. I don't want to paint anyone like being more stupid or being more wise. There's so much of something now that the older things, the things that used to exist, are coming back in trend. So family cartoons, like family-friendly, wholesome cartoons where people try to share human connection with, like, sharing experiences as the viewer side or even the concepts in them, has been on the rise again because it's trying to make up for things that are lacking. Like, language learning doesn't even feel like you're getting connected with people anymore. You know how weird that sounds? Where your major motivation is to not connect with something, is to learn a language. Is Bleepy still popular? I have no idea. What is Bleepy actually? That kind of explains how out of date I could be. When you babysat, that guy was one of the bane of your existence. I don't know. Wait. Maybe I know by the picture of Bleepy. Oh yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know who this. What about those guys? You know the multicolored guys? What are the multicolored guys called? They look like Mario and Luigi guys, but they're like all color coded. I forgot what that show's called. I thought that was a big thing too, at some point. I'm not sure if they're a big thing anymore. The Wiggles? Oh, I think it's called the Wiggles. That sounds about it. Yeah, the Wiggles. Are they still in vogue? I mean, they've been around for like no, wait, yeah, the Wiggles, yeah. Are they still in vogue? Like, I have no idea. To me, that's a great thing, and I hope that gets integrated into app design and whatnot. Genuinely, I often feel about language learning is that the purpose of language has kind of gotten lost somewhere in the mix. Like, people want to communicate less, with less flexibility, with less of everything as they learn a language. I don't understand. I legitimately cannot express it in English, in any language I understand, where the goal of a language is to restrict yourself on how to use the language. Like, your entire mindset is to make yourself sound robotic. Like, and I'm not even making a funny joke about how people call things robotic, despite being the people who spend most of their time trying to restrict their ability to communicate because there's only one right way to communicate. It's the mindset that that person's telling me. So you're telling me that you're going to go around and show that there's only one way to communicate and one way to learn. I feel like that's the opposite of what language learning is about. It's about exercising critical thinking skills and problem solving skills to do a very hard task in expressing and interacting with human beings. So your goal is to shun, alienate, and interact with less human beings. Just the human beings that you want to interact with, who speak like you, talk like you, and only see and behave like you. That is the opposite of the intended purpose, in my opinion, of having a language and expanding your language knowledge in the first place. And I think that's a consequence of app design and the current internet hustle and grifting. Grifting is like, that's the new trend. You grift because it's easy. People are numbers and they're tags. There are no consequences to grift someone. It's objectively their fault that you grift them. There was some website that looked at most streamed TV shows of 2025 from January to June. This wasn't just kids shows, it was all shows, and Bluey was number one. I see. Yeah, my impression was Bluey is still like whoever writes and upkeeps Bluey, they're doing a fantastic balance between like creating trust and loyalty in its writing while also being family oriented and family friendly in a way that escapes from controversy, share comparisons with other like scandals or like other types of forms of controversy. That's how kind of my impression of Bluey. I haven't actually watched an entire Bluey episode. Don't mind me. I don't have children of my own. I would love to have another purpose. Watch Bluey. But just the thought of cartoons make you think of how low. That just sent me a shiver down my... That show was nightmare fuel? I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh! Oh! Yeah. Not the greatest. This one's not the greatest. You know, this... I feel like this was modeled after, the solid shows, like Franklin the Turtle. You know? Franklin the Turtle, or what's Arthur and Curious George, Clifford the Big Red Dog. Like a step down, basically. Franklin was your jam. I absolutely Franklin the Turtle was awesome. What was that bear's name? It was a bear, not the real bear. There is the real bear show, like Goldilocks and the Three Bears show, and then there is a bear that is like they wear clothing and stuff. Hang on. Oh, it's called the Berenstein Bears. That's right, the Berenstein Bears. There is another show that features a bear, but I forgot the name of it. But the Berenstein Bear, not Winnie the Pooh. It's I have an image of the bear, but it's a plain bear. Like it's just a plain. Huh. Oh, what is it called? It's kind of like Franklin the Turtle. Maybe I am thinking of Berenstein Bears. Hold up. No. Yeah, so there's Curious George. I'm looking at like the search results of related shows. I don't see it here. It's not Care Bears. It's also not Care Bears. Bear in the Big Blue House, or maybe Little Bear. Little Bear. That's it. Little Bear. You got me right there. Little Bear. Yes. Like literally just a bear. A bear that can talk, but it's a bear. The other ones have like they have like humanistic issues and as well, like for clothing and all that. But Little Bear is the other one. That's kind of like a Franklin the Turtle situation. I look forward to seeing if there's a resurgence. Unfortunately, I don't have other motivations to be looking at these shows outside of Danny working on his adult cartoon, not adult cartoon, family cartoon. I watched a lot of that type of stuff, like Doug. Doug is a little bit on the higher end, like the teenager end, but Rugrats and all those things. I occasionally watch Ren and Stimpy, but I didn't jive with that. Like, it's more like no offense to those who like Looney Tunes and like Animaniacs. Animaniacs was very, very popular. I forgot what they're called. Like, I don't know how to spell it. And then like Ren and Stimpy. Right. And then the modern age of things like SpongeBob, I didn't resonate with that. I think being obnoxious and being like goofy and violent or childishly violent and mischievous was something that was very frowned upon as taboo from my family because I grew up in a Chinese household. So it's not that I think these things are bad things. It's I couldn't resonate with them, so I could not connect with any of these things. So whenever I see like Tom and Jerry cartoons and stuff, I watch them, but I don't resonate with them. I keep thinking to myself, why do these things hate each other? Why are they always paired up? Like a Coyote and the Roadrunner, Elmer Fudd and Bugs Bunny, Animaniacs, they're just mischievous people, incredibly mischievous people with no grounding for consequences. Ren and Stimpy has no grounding for Pinky and the Brain. Heck, sometimes even Jimmy Neutron. Like there's and then Recess, right? And then nowadays it's very different now. But I'm older, so I kind of appreciate things like Bob's Burger, for example. Bob's Burger can throw people off the walls because it's family dysfunction, right? So I have since learned how to understand Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes, like the goofy aspect of things, like Goofy, right? Goofy in general. SpongeBob, I've learned to appreciate what it is that SpongeBob represents. I'm more like the Arnold situation where there are at least some semblance of consequences and whatnot. Recess is a good example, actually. Recess is another one. Doug. So I was a bit on the serial side. So these things still exist. I'm not entirely sure if shows like this would qualify as family cartoons now. I think family cartoons typically involve family dynamics that tries to serve a life lesson, you know, like try to create a life lesson. Things like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, right? You know, bless his heart, the late Mr. Rogers. I didn't even watch that many Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Actually, I didn't watch a lot of children's programming. I played video games as a coping mechanism when I was younger. Sounds like a Gen Z, an early Gen Z problem, right? But when I watched those programs, that's what I thought about, like the homeliness. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was fantastic for me not being a kid anymore and looking at what it stood for, right? Like what it was like. It's a little different from like Sesame Street and Muppets and stuff. There's shenanigan and mischievous nature in those things to associate with, and I didn't associate with mischievous behavior and whatnot when I was younger. In fact, I was kind of conditioned to be repulsed by mischievous behavior. And nowadays, I'm kind of like somewhat the opposite. Within limits, encourage people to explore and discover and take chances and make mistakes. That type of curiosity. So I would usually contrast between curiosity, like Curious George situation, and mischievous. So if you're out to create mischief, that's different from curiosity leading to mistakes. And this is what I quintessentially define as goobers or youth. And no, you don't have to be a teenager to be a goober or youth. I would consider myself a goober and youth. I make mistakes every day because I like learning, right? I want to stay young and curious, but mischievous is not the same. Mischievous has an intent that is misplaced, in my opinion. Misplaced in the sense that they're still discovering themselves. So there is a bit curiosity and mischievous. I kind of overlap, but over time that mischievous becomes curiosity, and youth. Not all the time, though. In my opinion, nowadays, this is where influencers come into the picture. And influencers are viewed as role models. Right? That's when we start having some ethical concerns and moral dilemmas. When influencers serve as the exposure for making mischievous behavior acceptable with intent. So now it's not the intent of being curious, but with the intent of creating mischief. That's when you think about bad influences and good influences, etc. We're more obsessed with the in-between shows on things like Noggin. Oh, Noggin's a good one. Instead of the actual show. Was it you that I was talking about the one intermission Yes. Yes, we talked about the intermission show. Yes. Drawing Come to Life. Yep. I also like reading Rainbow. Wishbone the dog. Oh my gosh, Wishbone. Yeah, Wishbone, like reading Rainbow and Wishbone. Oh, there was also a Magic School Bus, right? The Magic School Bus. This list continues. Carmen Sandiego, right? Lots of like pro-learning things. Wishbone was very cute. This is how I understand. This is what I think about whenever I think about a Jack Russell. I think of Wishbone. Anyways, good talk. Yeah, we did talk about the Drawing Came to Life in between. That would be a wonderful air learn thing. You feel me? I think that would be a wonderful air learn multitasking. Having like intermission between reviews to kind of like relax oneself from a cadence and then go back into it. Relax cadence, go back into it. Get a person to use an intermission program in order to create a narrative as a break, but not a break from learning, but a break from learning the same thing. And then utilizing it in between. It's kind of like you have a primary task, and in between everywhere you have a secondary task. And that secondary task eventually, when built enough over time, will complement the primary task. What is that? What is that? That's a general skill being applied to a primary skill. I do that now without a program telling me. Like, I'm developing a general skill while working on my primary skill. And my primary skill is not even learning Japanese. My primary skill is communication and learning methodology. The general skill is actually the language itself. So, no, I won't become a Japanese specialist, right? If at all, I might be slightly competent in like 4 or 5 languages by the time we're done. Because I'm developing a general skill, applying my primary skill. Primary skill is learning. Not language learning, not the language itself. Japanese is not my primary skill. It is learning. That is my primary skill, right? And therefore, I prioritize it appropriately. If your primary skill is something, you gotta understand the context. And French will be another. One day. I mean, right now, right, we have 4 languages. 5. Gotta be real. I like listening to Cantonese more than Mandarin, but... Or like my hearing skills are better in Cantonese. Not that there's a place to learn Cantonese, but that would end up being the 5th, the French. hear me out. French is always going to be on the table right now because Sandfall Entertainment exists. No matter what, it is going to be very, very hard to overlook learning French outside, Brie. Obviously, you're the number one reason. But Sandfall, before I met you, when I played Clair Obscur, Sandfall they dual dubbed their games in French. So if they continue to do their thing, that's it. And there are others that may make French things, like Fortiche or Fortiche. I don't know how to spell it. Oh no, like something like this. But these are the animators for the Arcane series, and this is a French studio, so they occasionally throw French things into the Arcane, the League of Legends thing. So there are other places that I'm incredibly incentivized to learn French. How far do you plan to take WaniKani and Hanzahiro to completion, or do you have a stopping point? We're gonna take it to the final level. So that means that somehow I have to make this year a little bit lighter and faster for next year to continue doing things. There's still another half a year left. At least 2/3 of a year for WaniKani and Hanzahiro. The pace, if I am able to maintain this pace without any disruption, it takes a little under 2 years. Maybe like a year and 11 months or 10 months. Now, it's probably going to get longer. I've already anticipated that it's going to get longer because 2026 involves more things. And we're not about rushing through things, right? So the question is, how do we juggle other things while things are happening? Usually what I find out is when I redistribute my quality of life and my consistency and my motivations and all the aptitudes go up. They don't go down. So right now, this could make most people bored. And it doesn't make me bored. So if I introduce another thing into the cycle, my engagement only goes up. I say that doing what I'm doing right now is incredibly taxing to someone who's hyperstimulated. So if you're saying like, dude, man, it's so impressive that you're consistent with WaniKani and Hanzahiro like 2 to 3 hours every single day, that would be a great sign that I'm probably talking to someone who is far more hyperstimulated than I am. It's not to guarantee it, but the likelihood is this person views being consistent in something as though it's breathing to be a bit of a drag, right? And hear me out, Brie. Duolingo, none of the stuff that I've done is complete yet either. The Chinese course is double its length now since the last 300 days I've done it. And then the Japanese course got extended too. I'm officially unfinished with both the Chinese and Japanese course in Duolingo. Like maybe halfway. I actually put a bow on the Chinese course in Duolingo, and now it's not. So I don't know how I'm gonna like go back. It's gonna be faster, obviously, because all of these things will overlap, right? At some point, like, oh yeah, we can speed and adjust it. WaniKani and Hanzahiro right now have no redundancies or associations besides themselves. I think the reason why WaniKani and Hanzahiro are going so well, in my opinion, not other people's, in my opinion, is that when I'm working on WaniKani, I'm also working on Hanzahiro and vice versa. So I'm actually doing a double, almost like not necessarily double the work on any one thing. I'm more like working an extra 30%. So WaniKani has been going really well and Hanzahiro has been going really well because I actually get extra practice while doing the other thing. So the reason why I bring that up is I could do less of that and then do something else that doesn't overlap. Which is where I'm gonna have to try to make up some time. Hopefully.
翌日
It's maybe. I'm still planning. Things got kind of off the rails. We kind of started
同感
off the rails. It's a good thing being off the rails every once in a while, right? It means that there are more interesting things. And I say this largely all the time. The thing that causes me to quote unquote quit or appear like I quit something is that there's something else that drives me more that I'm more interested in. I don't ever quit because it stopped putting out or it stopped being interesting. It's been a very long time since I quit something out of disinterest. Very, very long time. Machi? Machi boke.
待ちぼうけ
Okay. Stood up. Okay. To make someone wait is kind of similar, but not quite.
見渡す
That's it. To look over.
器用
Yo. Shit.
隠す
Shinjuku.
新宿
Shinjuku. Just Shinjuku. How close are you, like, from quote unquote getting to the end of Speakly and stuff, Bree? Have you gotten to the end of anything lately with your exploration? I got to the end of a Duolingo thing, but now it's no longer the end. So technically I didn't get to the end of anything during my language learning. Oh wait, technically yes, because I played Japanese language learning games and those technically ended for the time being, barring any updates.
回転する
I tend to do. So I tend to operate with the idea that maybe thinking about completing things at all the time is not how I'm, wouldn't be the most realistic thing to think about. The alternative is I can pick up the pace for both WaniKani and Hanzahiro. I could actually, if I doubled my pace, I can double my pace. If I do that, then by June next year, both of them would be quote unquote complete. That's kind of how people hustle. Like the person that I spoke to recently, Drama, they still are at half my pace, but they stagger in a way that it will make them cover the specific tasks of WaniKani and Hanzahiro at a faster pace. Well, I can still double my pace and still do double the inputs at the same time. That would mean that I would stream twice a day for 4 of the 7 days. And that means that Hanzahiro, it would be still the same amount of time, but it would be twice the number of lessons. While WaniKani would be twice the amount of time, or half the amount of the half amount of days. So it would be still the same amount of time overall, but it would be across less number of days. Which sounds like a recipe for burnout. If I have to, like, I don't think I would burn out. However, I'm not pushing my luck. I don't typically like to push my luck. 絶望。
絶望。撮影。
That's it. I wish my brain went a little faster, but that stuff takes time.
背後
There you go. Yeah, this stuff takes time for me.
熱い
I'm genuinely curious how accurate people are when moving that quick. Actually, I have an idea. People share their quote-unquote accuracies and whatnot. I'm like in an entirely different realm of comparison because I don't even focus on those things. You're not close at all. You've been taking it really slow because you do have many other resources you're using. You've been using Duolingo the longest, and in section 4 of 8, as for Speakly, you're still in section 1 of 9. You know, that's how you know you're doing something that you can maintain, right? Hopefully you're finding satisfaction in maintaining them. Yeah, like for me, it come down to time, right? And no, it's not because I'm upset that I can't do things faster. It's more like I'm doing them at a pace that I know where every time I get on, I'm not going to be upset. Right? That's why I have chosen the pace that I'm going. Now, someone could say, well, if you do it at this pace, you're gonna die of old age before you become a master of Japanese. I'm gonna die before I become a master of many things in my life. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to die unhappy. That, in my opinion, is my goal. I want to be happy. I mean, some people would argue, well, you could have both. Like, let me know. Let me know when you find that out. Or you come up with an example of that, and I'll try it. Not being as fast as possible and feeling miserable. That's what I'm being sold on. I'm often getting grifted by people selling me the fastest solution, and when I ask them about, like, I try to ascertain whether they're happy or not, they rarely ever talk about if they're happy or rewarded or something. They just simply say you must suffer to make meaning out of your life. I'm like, I agree with you, but generally speaking, I don't say I suffered to make it happen. I'm overall very happy and rewarded through all the ups and downs. It's impressive how someone could sound so miserable while saying they have the best thing since sliced bread. Like, I can't tell you how crazy confusing that is. And you might be thinking, or like some people might be thinking, well, how would you know? You never talk to them. You never see their face. I'm like, your language speaks to me. Like, if you can appreciate that the target language you're working on, and you can appreciate that the intonation, the diction is communicating sadness, and you're internalizing it, it's revealed in your diction. In English, whenever someone says, I'm making a lot of progress, and spend the next 14 statements spinning all of their progress as negative what ifs, that to me, whatever they say to me that is working, it means it's also the source of their negativity. And I'm not here to make this a competition in misery. If you're very, very happy, you find things rewarding, through the thicks and thins, you're able to say pros and cons, and despite the cons, you have a lot of pros that outweigh the cons. Now you've got my attention. Also, the other thing, make your misery sound like a victory by making other people's experiences more miserable than yours. That is also something that I will run away from. So when you're telling me, oh, this product, your product is great because the product that I'm currently using is garbage, you lost me. I do not respect people who take a dunk on other people's work in order to elevate their own position. That is, that kind of reminds me, honestly, of American politics most of the time. That's slanderous. That's defamation. That might actually even constitute as misinformation and disinformation, the capacity of misinformation and disinformation at the same time. And that is how people debate and argue, in my opinion, when they lack critical thinking skills. If you're one of them, I'm sorry, sort of. Maybe this is an encouragement to want to reevaluate the way you argue. Or perhaps it's a challenge for you to prove me wrong. I would love to be incorrect, that the only way you can say you're right is by saying something else is wrong, especially the thing that the person is doing that you're convincing them is wrong. Like, you are using a wrong product. That's why my product is better. Six out of 10 times. 60% of the time, that's the way people argue. Your product sucks because it lacks the thing my product has. I'm sorry? So how do you know it's better? If it lacks that thing, I can't compare it. And I haven't used your product yet, so it lacks everything. I know what the product that I'm using lacks and has. You didn't tell me what your product has or lacks. You just told me what my product lacks. Your product lacks everything. I didn't use it before. Logic. If you want to be logical about this, that's the main logic. Right. So what is this? Endless? I think this is endless.
Kaikan.
Do you have like a mini goal of which you try to do on a daily basis? Like, what is it that you do on Duolingo and Speakly on a smaller time frame, like a smaller scale? Oh no, it says Yado. Yoshi. Orphan child? Lost child? What the? Oh no, not orphan, but adopted child. Heck, I typed you. This shoot. What? This is religion, right? I could have sworn it's okay. Oh no, wait. This isn't religion. This is Khan. Religion and Khan, Shu and Khan kind of look similar.
熱
Sit. Jinsen. Ne? Oh no. Sengyo.
鮮魚
Sengyo.
盗作
Osaku. Jiko. Ah? Oh, Jiko.
時効
Jiko is like the weather. It's that. It's like the thing you say in letters, right? Like letters that you write. Oh, seasonal climate. Okay. It's like a season's greeting situation.
騒音
Oh. Sawagu.
騒ぐ
Okay.
不適
Like uncomfortable or inappropriate. Mine too. Do it right now is honestly not doing anything except practice at the moment. Speakly, you try to do a listening exercise, live situation, and learn 10 new words a day. You do a few crosswords a day as well. Okay, on Ninguno. And the rest of your time is split between reading and watching videos and Anki. Lot. You're doing a lot. Man. Right now, right, we get up. I have to do my run. So we have to do my run, track the run. I come back, wash up, doom scroll for like 15 minutes to look for a story to talk about because that's more consistent. I bring a story to stream, set up stream, do all the panel, like do all the updates on all the stream descriptions and whatnot. And then we do WaniKani, Hanza Hero. That'll take 4 hours total between them on average. And then the third slot, we haven't done anything in November, but generally there would be a third slot that takes 2 to 3 hours, right? Then in the evening, I check on the Discord, anything that's related to Discord, and then any current off-stream projects. So I have off-stream projects right now. I have to make something for Danny because January is coming around. His birthday, January 26th. That's the new thing. And then Midnight Diner is a new show that I'm watching because Drama mentioned it. I still need to figure out how I'm going to introduce Hades 2 and if I'm going to even do Hades 2 this month. I think I might be postponing Hades 2. Largely because I've been really exhausted. And then my parents, I have to sort out and still read a lot of Medicare stuff, life, like health insurance stuff that we have to take care of. And it's getting close to the end of the year, so we got to think about holiday stuff. And then I need to sum up my taxes and my finances before the end of the fiscal year, because whatever I need to do now financially, the fiscal year ends in less than 2 months. That's a way to make sure that I will still be here next year and have financial security. And also, I still need to contact 2 or 3 people in the background because they're family related things. And those things have been falling by the wayside a little. And all in that sense, I still play live service games, so keeping track of live service games. So throwing all that thing in the mix, somehow I'm gonna try to find more things I can juggle. Right now, sleep is kind of coming at a luxury. Yesterday I woke up in the middle of the night, unable to conceptualize what chaku was when its relationship would give it all, which it's not. These aren't accurate, but I had like a problem sleeping because I had like a dream or maybe a nightmare scenario where I looped between how give it all loops with chaku, but these don't loop together. When I got back up, I remembered that these two things are separate things. I don't know, occasionally I have mania with language, so there's that. You have about 4 or 5 hours a day. I see. That's quite a lot at 4 or 5 hours a day. Getting things done. Your language learning will probably take a huge hit, though, in the coming weeks. Buying the house has been a huge dent in our savings. Oh, okay, because of the subscription. You have to get a job. Are you... What are you doing, may I ask? I feel like your skills can be really useful in data entry or something, which can be done. The only place hiring you near is a dollar store for a part-time position. Oh, okay. You mostly be working nights, so if you disappear from training, that's right. Okay. Working nights. Are you doing like input, like inventory and whatnot, or are you doing like clerk? Are you doing clerk work? Because I kind of feel like if you are able to do inventory or something, you have a lot of skill sets. Like you give me this impression that you could most definitely handle inventory and data analytics, like entry stuff for a store in general. And that could create flexibility for whatever else that you're working on, and it would overlap with your skill set. I often wondered if you would have considered seeing if there's any opportunities in remote data entry or something, because you can demonstrate in interviews and whatnot your skill set on working on that type of thing. Team.
関心
Hammer.
渡るかける
It. Kimono. Whoa.
着物
Kimono. Kimochi. 気持ち悪い。
気持ち悪い
気持ち悪い。
巻く
巻く。Okay. I gotta get going a little. 感謝。
感謝
Sweaty? Oh no. Like to disappear?
Kieru.
Get it. Shinroku. Seems like you'll be bouncing around, mostly be a cashier, okay. But because of your experience as a dairy stocker in a previous job, they said they will also help you with storing inventory and stocking shelves. Okay. Fair enough. I think having a lot of projects that deal with organization, which you already do, right? You mentioned a lot of your genealogy stuff. That type of thing seems like would be fairly qualified. Maybe if you if you were able to take a lot of opportunities to roll and apply to rolling positions, and at some point if you're able to hit the interview process, largely because of timing, right? Remote work and data entry tends to deal with a lot with timing, but someone who has a predilection for being in front, seated, entering and collecting information and storage, I feel like data entry is not necessarily based on how qualified you are per se, but more so nowadays about timing. So having like a rotating resume and dropping it off every once in a while, like every 2 or 3 weeks, every month, if you can nail the timing, so you're just going through, putting out a resume, putting out a feeler maybe once or twice every other week, there's a potential opportunity to fish out a chance to start remote data entry work. However, if the dollar store thing is offering like you can even leverage that to some extent because data entry can start very entry level. The one of the things that you can have the luxury for is data entry is remote work. The offset is that while you're juggling dollar store stuff, having a working project like an existing resume and then slowly adding more and more to the resume could be in its reward, in its in itself its own reward, while allowing you to maybe start thinking about a position that you can hold potentially despite your health and other situations that I feel obviously you brought up from time to time. I've always wondered what is it that maybe like even paralegal work where you can be responsible for managing documents and whatnot, right? That would be something more of a, if opportunity strikes it, you can obviously keep a rotating resume, and then every 3 or 6 years, it's 3 or 6 months, sorry, not years, you can update it like a genealogy report. Keeping a existing. I don't have an up-to-date resume. Like my resume is so out of date. That thing is so out of date. It would be a thought. I feel like you have the qualities of someone who is able to maintain whatever I suggested right this moment. Obviously, this isn't career advice or anything. It seems like health and availability could be a factor in the future for your ability to like work with your physical limitations. You're just concerned about how your body will handle it. You know you have a lot of physical limitations, right? And honestly, not sure if you'll be able to handle standing for such a long time. You only get 10-minute breaks for every 4 hours. Do clerks and cashier often stand at the register? I like to believe, hopefully you have some accommodations in some way. Because it doesn't necessarily get the job done if they have to place you due to a way to compensate for it, like having standing stool or something of a support nature. It's been a while since I've walked into a dollar store, so I have, or a Dollar General, I'm not entirely sure what type of dollar store it is, but I don't know what their working environments are like.
Kyukon.
Yeah, I'm very inexperienced in that nature. What? Wa. Sorry. Hibiki.
響く
Ikkan.
There's also translational work. I don't know what the qualifications for that is, but quick translation, like human curation and quick translation, is also a thing. And that demand is only increasing over the years, largely because they need some form of oversight for localization purposes. I'm not sure if you've started exploring that, considering your interest in French. I know that would also imply that there is an onerous and pressure to work on your French literary skills. However, it's still cheap labor, right? For example, like I'm not saying that this will solve your financial situation or supplement for your living conditions, there's a very good chance that the dollar store will offer far more in terms of compensation, despite your physical limitation, like costs and benefits, than starting off with remote work, like data entry, and then also translation. Those things are very can be very low financially, and you might be choosing this position because of the consistent bottom line, like the upfront financial supplements that you'll get from working at the dollar store. I know that data entry and like online remote work, they not only are hard to come by because of timing and demand, or like supply, not necessarily demand. They're on the uptrend, but usually the supply is way higher, and they don't pay well. So if the dollar store thing that you're thinking is definitely financial things, it takes a very long time to get like translational work and gigs and stuff consistent, because you would have to build a resume. Otherwise, you would have to demonstrate through projects of your own in both cases for like data entry and stuff, which is not that great because it's largely still down to timing. The entry for the qualifications for those type of things are very low, and most people can do them with the advent of tools. So you can cross-reference, even use machine learning and AI to substitute that. Becoming a specialist will require some sort of degree in those things. I don't imagine that would be something that is really within grasp at the moment, given your financial circumstances. Yeah, the manager was very specific. You have to be consistently moving. That sounds like it's going to be very challenging. We don't have a customer, you have to be doing something else. Okay. You get the impression that there will be no sitting unless you're on break. That sounds like a forward-looking problem. Are you going to find ways in order to keep yourself on your feet? Do you have enough maybe leftover finances to invest in a way to help you on your feet, like footwear, some sort of maybe like a way to improve your stamina over time, right? If you're going to have to do this now, I would say, knowing that you've already shared that information, hopefully you have some physical aids that can at least do something about what is going to be inevitable, right? That sounds like a very tough situation. My mother has to stand a lot, and she works night shifts at the bakery, and one of her weakest abilities are like her lower body strength. So the natural thing we had to do was try to find ways to encourage her to increase the longevity of all of that, right? And that involves investing in shoes. My mother is the type of person that would say, like, a diet trick, I forgot what they're called, but you know, the insoles and proper footwear wouldn't do much. It's not worth the money. You can just wear like $15 shoes. That's not quite it. And again, those are financially still inaccessible, unless maybe your health insurance or some sort of employee benefits can cover workers, like working related conditions and things for physical limitations. I hopefully you might be able to negotiate something like that, where it would probably cost less over time to your health and maybe even the business to use whatever benefits they might offer to find appropriate ways to help you with your physical limitation, or like to aid in your physical limitation since they're your employer. I'm not even sure how workers' comp works and whatnot, and what liabilities dollar stores have. I imagine it's not that great. However, I still think it's a legal precedent. This is not legal advice. The idea is I'm thinking of all the things my mother has encountered, like if she was injured on the job, her hours are too excessive. My mother doesn't say no, so whenever like someone is off on a holiday, she would take those hours, right? She would take any hour despite not having to work. She no longer technically has to work anymore. When it comes to financial situation, the idea is that she does encounter a lot of physical problems, and can occasionally be injured on the job despite maybe having less physical limitations. You do, and to be honest, you think with buying the new place you would have enough with just your partner's income. You push back a little at getting a job, but with everything going on in the US, you were rejected for Social Security. I'm sorry to hear that. You were rejected for Social Security for like aid, right? Or are you talking about retirement? Your partner pushed very hard for you to get a job. You're trying to stay optimistic. Since you don't drive, you had to find something that was close. I see. And this place is literally right next to your house. Oh, you could walk if you need. This would be the only place that fit the criteria. I see. You truly feel like this job is going to be a nightmare for your health? But we'll see. Well, now I suppose would be a time where you consider investing in things that may improve your longevity at the job, right? Maybe even try to network with. So the side hustle is why I brought that up. Social Security, disability. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure what type of Social Security. Yeah, so disability. And that means that, I mean, if you're, yeah, you can still try to apply for disability while tough situation. Probably have to take it by ear on how workers' liability works, I suppose. When do you start on all of that? I'm only aware of all the things that my mother encountered. She's been working for this place, the bakery section of this local place, or not necessarily local, it's a company place for more than a decade now. So various things have come up, health related and whatnot, and I'm obviously the mediator in most of the stuff. I kind of have a bit of a lens into someone who may have advanced age in a physically working environment. The manager put your start date as the 23rd. That hinges on if your background check comes back in time. A background check on a dollar store position. Interesting. I imagine that's okay, right? And on 23rd, so that would be 4 days before Thanksgiving. Interesting. Do you see a lot of high volume at a dollar store? I'm not sure. I have this like mental image of a very low foot traffic place. The way you describe your immediate environment sounds like maybe that might be a silver lining to working near home. The alternative is maybe, fingers crossed, it's an opportunity that you can slowly rehabilitate or find ways to improve your limitations on your feet. But I don't actually know circumstances of health, so that might be something that's already set in stone.
浮く取る
具合
Right.
快適
Kaiteki. Is that not high speed? Oh no, wait. Just kidding. That's just pleasant.
貧しい
Mazushi. Oh, ochikiku. No. Oh, ochitsuke. Ochitsuku. Oh. Wait. Otsuku. Oh no. Ochitsuku.
落ち
Yeah.
着く
Ochitsuku. Calm down. What?
不況
Yo. New. Kagi? Kagiru?
限る
Kagiru? Ryuko go?
流行語
Ryuko. Okay. Neshin.
熱心
Neshin.
無限
Mugen. Oh, what? Shitaki? That kind of seems right.
下着
Shitaki. Underwear. The manager said they get super busy during the holidays as well. That's another reason they were looking for another person. Oh, yeah, that kind of checks out. Why the start date would be prior to the holiday season. There's another one of your concerns. You're worried that after the holidays, your hours will be reduced. Nothing. That is most certainly a problem. And this is already a part-time position of probably only 3 to 4 days a week. Well, there are some silver linings, right? That means you can put forth most of your stamina and stuff through the holidays, and despite having the lower hours, it might be a silver line, like a blessing in disguise to allow you to recover. But then again, you did mention that despite having low traffic, you're still made to move all the time. But if your hours are reduced, technically you'd be at home. And you did mention that your partner's finances might be sufficient, so lower reduction hours is kind of bad for finance, but it's also a gain for resting. And however, obviously there's also worst case scenarios about being cut, right? Being let go by the less demand after the holidays. However, it is worth noting that at least for the next month or two, they would need your help. The only concern with low hours is that your partner will be mad. That's very unfortunate that your partner will be mad about that. Honestly, you don't think this job will bring in as much as he thinks? You're literally making 13 dollars an hour. So that's is that the minimum wage in where you are? I don't actually remember what the minimum wage is. I mean, did you agree with your partner about this position? Because I feel like if they agreed, I don't imagine they shouldn't. They should offset some mental accountability. You think minimum wage here is $12.50 or something close? Heck, to steal new mamu? No, new sumu.
盗む
Unbeaten.
缶ビール
And rare. Wow. Oh wait. Egawa.
毛皮
Is that like sarcasm? No, wait. Is that supposed to be no. That's just fur.
肥料
Video. What? Wait. Oh wait. Anjo.
感情
Fingers crossed. Hopefully everything works out. I don't know what your decision making is like, but I think having your partner intently agree with something would also put the onus and responsibility on them to be satisfied with the outcome. That would be butting nose into business that I should not be doing. You just looked up, it's 12:48, and while your partner agrees, he's under the impression that they'll see how hard you work and give me the bunch. Oh, okay. There's certainly the way that's worded certainly has a bit of concern about mutual trust.
給料
I don't have I don't have a partner. I live independently, or like I make unilateral decisions, so I don't want to sound like I have any rights or any insights to a tough situation. So you're gonna have to excuse me for not trying to be a little bit more sympathetic. I simply am inexperienced in those matters.
翌朝
I think I would be overreaching quite a bit for suggesting anything related to that matter.
探す
Shoki.
食器
What the is shoki? Oh, pencil. Mazu keru. Something zoo. No. Is it? Yeah, azukeru.
預ける
Azukeru.
漏水
Awaseru.
合わせる
To join together? Something like that? Okay.
夜中
Yonaka. 動かす。
動かす
Okay.
照れる
照れる。照れる。うんうん。
翌年
翌年。That's what happened in your previous job. I see you were a clerk at a grocery store, and within 3 months, you were already being trained as a backup customer service desk manager, and they were scheduling you full time. Sometimes 9-hour shifts, and you burned out really quick, and your health got so bad. You don't think he really comprehends, or maybe doesn't care about much of the toll that it takes on you? Partner is very money-driven focused. Sorry to hear that.
表
Feel like it's a very tough situation there. Hoang.
後輩
知り合いの知り合い
知り合い
知り合い
鉄柵
What? What? The heck? Yo. Oh no. Goto.
強盗
Goto.
駅員本館
Or main building. Tatamaru.
温まる
No worries. No worries. Sometimes dumping is sufficient. I don't want to like necessarily. I appreciate it. I don't. Sometimes being able to express the thing comes with its own catharsis, right? When people, obviously, I stand by my words. I don't want to interlope, obviously, because there's no way I can comprehend the complexity of your relationship with your partner. However, sometimes having someone listening where the other person simply process and speak about those things may be sufficient to encourage their own like solutions or situation, right? At least I like to think that is a possibility. Whether I'm gonna be able to like whether am I able to derive any like meaningful inspirations for you or like prompt you to do anything, that is definitely something that I tend to think about if inspiration strikes. Well, ultimately, that working in the background, doing what I would consider as some proactive move is probably to slowly assemble some sort of consistent resume, and then that resume may lead into offsetting acquiring a job that is more flexible in addressing your physical demands. Now, my impressions that I get is that that wouldn't necessarily alleviate the potential money-driven perspective that you've already shared about your partner. Nevertheless, this does give you the avenue to be committed to a position in which your physical limitations isn't something that would come into play. So maybe trying to get an initiative. And you did say, well, your last job, you ended up doing a lot of that. The computer service desk manager is that. The downside is you mentioned that you might have been overworked. And I don't quite know how to circumnavigate this, because generally anyone who's in an entry level or consistently in an entry level position will generally encounter these requirements. I'm not gonna say that they're form of stressors or advantages. Entry level work and then having a history of limitations as well as consistent rotating of occupations, you're consistently stuck at an entry level. So without leverage, right, things that you can leverage like your resume and whatnot, I don't think that problem is going to subside, compounded by your current relationships. It's a very tough situation, of which I can't fathom on how one would approach that.
ふける 新鮮
But you're more than welcome, obviously.
Kokoroyoi.
Kokoroyoi. I'm trying not to overstep. I think that is definitely something I want to keep in mind. I don't typically overstep.
隠居
Inkyo.
間に合う
Maniau. Fine.
2巻
Fine.
転職
And
掛け算
Izan. Unnecessary about how long you were working. It was more that the old job you never sat down. Oh, I see. We got a 30-minute lunch. If we worked 6 hours and a 15-minute break, even at the service desk, there was no sitting. Sounds more like a worker's liability issue. So if you could find something remote, that would honestly be ideal. You tried looking for remote positions, but there wasn't anything entry level in your area. I actually, oh yeah, and then you can't drive, so you wouldn't be able to go to interviews for non-local area remote positions. Problem too. Being able to show up like from time to time.
料理
Asatte. Oops.
あさって
匂う翌月
結婚期限
快速 超える 適当、
人。消化不良。
消化不良、
消化不良。
先輩、
卒。Don't worry about overstepping. You won't be offended. You could tell me I'm a lazy bum and still would like, okay, thank you for your insight. I don't have any friends or family, so your conversation is pretty much your way to decompress, as sad as that may sound. I think it's relatively healthy. It's nice that you still have a level of trust of sharing your experiences. I think at the rate that oftentimes when people have these type of situations, despite it all, they would still not be able to find trust in other people anymore, even to share these things. Perhaps, like I have mentioned this before that we spoke, regardless of your circumstances, right? How bad it can be. I like to think that there might be opportunities that you might be able to be turned to the more people you can interact with. I know when you say things like not having friends and family, opportunity can start at communication and expression. So hopefully the world, at least the internet world, doesn't become as bleak and parasocial and detached as I am afraid it is becoming progressively over the years, despite efforts to remove and to imbue more humanity. The idea is if you have the capacity to approach someone and also guard yourself enough or have the critical thinking skills to avoid getting grift, right? There might still be opportunities out there when you talk to other people about these things in a discreet way with practice. There might be someone out there. Like, obviously, I would not be anywhere in a position to have any form of resources in that nature. I'm not entirely sure if I even know anyone that would be able to do that. That's another positive for getting a job. You're hoping you can maybe develop some good friendships. Yeah. Because I think a network, like, without saying too much, obviously I'm like not that a person that would be able to provide this, but having a potential environment that isn't under the per se under the supervision or the eagle eye of, say, your partner, and being able to allow your expressiveness that you're sharing, like you're practicing these, right? You're practicing talking about your limitations, your disagreements in a way that can possibly be used to network and find other individuals either that resonate with you or, and I'm trying not to sound too hopeful to guarantee things, but generally speaking, the more you're able to express and share, that can also be a boon for finding someone who may be able to do something about it. And that would be nice. And I hope, like, maybe even your boss could be one. Maybe this, like, I know this is kind of wishful thinking, but the optimism of being able to express would be to create that chance. So there is a potential chance your employer, given with enough ability to express your situation and whatnot, your employer, your immediate employer, might be understanding too, right? That's obviously not a guarantee, and it's probably, to not sound too cynical, it's probably less likely. There's still a chance. So working through this, speaking, practicing how to express things may carry a long way to even finding rational managers and employers, right? Being able to practice this mean that you wouldn't come off very strong or uncouthly or maybe a little too repellent when even approaching your boss or your manager. My mother has this, even despite her language barrier, she was able to foster some loyalty through her hard work, or even through when she's not the best at things with her employer or her manager, so to speak, because where she works is actually a corporation, so the managers are the middlemen. So perhaps that might be an avenue where you can slowly share, and there may be a way around actually helping everyone else out at the same time. Maybe that could be a new policy where, okay, we've noticed that, you know, there might be standing issues, but in order to increase productivity, we also could take advantage of sitting down while you're standing in one position and then moving about when you're actually moving about. That could be something proactive to work on. Developing, you know, friendships among employees can also generate enough impact to reach a compromise with their employer. The employer's conditions sound, this might sound like I'm coming from a privileged standpoint because I haven't ever worked in such an environment before. I've only worked in food services and whatnot, and yeah, that involves standing the entire time and running, and that was when I was younger, right? And now I would still be able to do that to some extent, so take this with a grain of salt. With enough people that are around, you may be able to convince the employer that it's a win-win situation. Being able to be seated when you're standing in a specific position might offer an uplift in productivity, either from you or maybe from a lot of friends, your other coworkers. I agree. I don't know about unionization and all that stuff. Not sure if a dollar store has that type of thing, but generally speaking, if that is available, that would be a place to make some good friends. Some friends that look out for each other if it's a unionized area. My mother works for a corporation, so I don't think unionization is a thing. The corporation is not like a multinational corporation. It's more like a local corporation. So ultimately, it's pretty employee forward. It's kind of employee forward. In that way, I'm kind of grateful that my mother is working for a company that isn't like a multi-conglomerate. A lot of that can get lost in corporations.
状況
Oops.
背景
めい
コツせ感じる
感じる
Uh-oh. Wait. It's not that. It's not sodau, right? No. You're raising the foster? Oh, shiranau. What? Shiranau. Hiranau? What? No, Oshinau. It's something like that. I can't see you. Yeah, we need to rewrite this. This is one of the major reasons why I dislike how WaniKani went about kunyomis. This is one of the major reasons. There's too many overlapping and lack of consistency for this, and I was trying to use the same. Yeah, I was trying to use the same kunyomi, and it creates such inconsistencies. Yeah, Yashino.
養う
And yeah, using yeah. Oh, they actually changed it. This is no longer the same thing. Yeah, shenanigans. Oh, that's not an improvement though. I don't want to use now, but we're gonna have to use now. Ooh. At the yeah. Yeah, man, that's rough. And what do we got? Yo for yogurt with Foster. That's not great. That's really not great. It's still better than trying to combine them into shenanigans. Well, the grocery store you work for did have a workers union, something that surprised you seeing how much they work us and how little they seem to want to accommodate someone with disability. I see. There was a pregnant woman who worked there around the same time, and she had several doctors notice saying she needed to sit, and they just terminated her instead of getting her a stool. That is the risk you take. The union was of no help. Pregnancy related thing other than pumping were not mentioned in the policy. I see. Well, hopefully this is not that case. There's a more auspicious place to form some communication. It is most certainly a risk given the lack of leverage.
つける
文化祭
文化祭
Oh no, they no
伸ばす
人情 魅力
Oh, okay.
夜明け
懐かしい告訴
Kokso. Okay. No.
消しいや、消しゴム。
消しゴム。
消しゴム。未婚。
未婚
光栄。浮気。
浮気。
試合。
Wait, 試合 I thought it was like event.試合 I swear it's like an event. What? What is another way to say a game or like a match?
快楽
はいだ。期待する。
期待する。
Okay, that was a little unsure. Heck. It can't. Oh no. It. Yeah. Ah.
越見。
It can. You know, I just realized this is wall, right? Twa. Or appropriate as opposed to gentle. Interesting. Wait, what other words are there? Compromise. Oh, it is the same thing. Interesting. I wonder why they went with gentle.
反響。
Thank you.
延期する。
水着。
水着
消化する。
消化する盗撮
Man, there was a lot of review today. This is probably the max? Yeah, this is probably the highest number of reviews in a single day by coincidence. Coincidental overlap. What the decorate? Oh. 飾る
飾る
乾燥。
How's that? Oh, with an S? Sure. Nope. 観覧。
観覧。
観覧。おつくれ、おつくれ、くれ様。おつくられ様。 What am I constantly mess this up. I feel like I like skip oh no no no.お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。It's good enough. お疲れ様。お疲れ。How do I break hold? What in the heck? Oh, dang it. That's a coon. Dang, I don't... How could I lose this? That's so annoying. Oh, that's it. Kaiten sushi.
回転寿司。
Kaiten sushi. Kawaku. Heck. Oh, this is way. Oh no, this is one. Interesting. Okay.
自動。言及。
奥口。No. 悪口。
悪口。
絶対。あ、絶対。
絶対。
駅長。
駅長。
濡らす。
運動会。
運動会。
ですね。
切符。
流れる。
流れる。
起こす。
起こす。
Or to bring to how do I to raise up? How do I to get to wake someone? Okay, fine.
旗。
一覧。
key. Oh, fine. 下巻。Oh no, 下巻。
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 深い。
深い。
漢字。
漢字。動き。
動き。
Gyoko. Oh, whoops. Ryokosha.
旅行者
Ryokosha. Can't spell traveler. What the?
宿題
What
俺
did
ら
Okay, and then I skip this. That's it. That's definitely the soul. I don't think it's Soeru though. We skipped one, which is pretty good in all of this. And maybe like 3 sticking points. That's not too bad. Sue, what are we suing over? Or to no. Oh, this is when you're suing, you're secretly talking to a lawyer who I
訴える
and it's still to sue. 75? Wait. 75? Wait, where is this coming from? Oh my gosh. I still have more. Oh yeah, that's right. It's past that time. Oh my gosh, today is... I forgot. I have like 300 today. Oh, guess we're just gonna keep going. Keep the OO streak alive, right? Oh, you know. Oh, I know what this one is. This was last level.
Kyofusho
Oh, for sure. This one should go relatively.
創作 広報
Excuse me.
作品添付
Uh-oh. Oh no. We're skipping. Oh boy. Hmm.
省略
Oh yeah.
航空
Okay.
入り江
Utage.
宴
Oops. Banquest.
検索
Kensaku.
前回
Zenkai.
街道
Kaido.
東海
Tokai.
閣議
Takugi.
黒板
Tokuban. Oops. Ita?
板
Or Ita. Good morning, Drama. Hello, hello.
いる
Hitori Musume. Ah. Hitori
一人娘
Musume.
恐ろしい
Osoroshi.
のように壊す
Wasu.
看板
Kanban. Futso. Nagasu.
促す
Tomorrow your vacation actually begins. Gonna drive to the office today. Very, very nice. Congrats on making to your forced vacation. How have you been resting lately?
夜
Oops. Oh.
診断
and-
全州
into
江戸
Edo. Oops.
宗派
Shontengai.
商店街
Wait.
開
Akeru?
ける
Same thing. Mizukara?
自ら
Mizukara.
寄付
Kisume.
娘
But I wondered, how are you gonna handle the 3.5 level up in WaniKani? You just gotta push through? What do you mean by 3.5 level? Probably the very same. I don't think I'm pushing through anything. I haven't been pushing at all. Like today I have 315 reviews or something, and it crosses like 4 levels. Four different segments of levels. Or pairs of levels, and okay. I had time to yap with Bree. Scaling up doesn't really change very much. like the content scaling is something that I'm not really concerned about. I rarely concern myself about the scaling of content. You're gonna unlock everything in a day. Why? Because it's only new 1 to 2 radicals. Because I can. There's no really oh wait. You're gonna unlock everything in a level day way? Yeah. Probably. Because it's only new 1 to 2 radicals, yeah. It's actually become less and less. So like what I mean is the levels have gotten even flatter. So like yesterday, the second half of this level took 2 hours. Like this thing, it's like starting to flatten out. That despite like it's kind of looking like this, it's starting to flatten out most of the time. And that's my adaptation to it. So things don't always stay the same. I mean, I know that sounds like, oh yeah, that's obvious, but I don't think most people process how little things stay the same for someone, at least for like me. I don't usually think of people like by the time I get to wherever you're saying, hey man, you're gonna level up every 3, 5, or 4 days. There won't be a second batch. Oh yeah, then that's fine. Then there won't be a second batch. Pretty much. Yeah. That's how it's gonna go. Like we're not planning ahead here. We're just planning based on our abilities. So like what I mean is I don't really care. Like it doesn't really matter what the volume is. Maybe I'll adjust in a way. Not really a big deal. I think that's kind of like my mentality on most things. If I understand how things work, I can choose whenever to stop and go. You did also recently try an app called Umi. It's kind of different to Duo in the sense that when they're teaching you pronunciation, it'll show you several clips from TV. Ah, yeah. It doesn't seem like it has a lot of variety in lessons though, and there are only a few free lessons, then you have to pay. Not sure if there's a free trial for the rest. Maybe there's more variety. Yeah, other than that, most people use something like MAKU. MAKU or LingQ, where you upload your own stuff into it, and then it will extract the lessons and stuff for you. Or create the lessons and aid and whatnot for you. A LingQ would be the most, like, polyglotish example. MAKU is Japanese specific. Yeah. I didn't realize I thought it's gonna take me 7 days to level up because there wouldn't be because it would still be split in 2. So I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna level up in 7 days, drama. It takes me 5 days because the kanji threshold isn't hit, but maybe. MAKU supports multiple languages in the meanwhile. I don't think it supports in the way that LingQ does. Like it's not the way across the board like Duolingo. You've actually used MAKU for French in the past. It expanded to other languages. Yeah, most know it for Japanese. Yeah, so I still think it's kind of like Duolingo in the sense that MAKU has a focus and it's building its model off of its Japanese focus. LingQ is not that way. LingQ would be something a broader. It would be kind of like Duolingo, where it's a lot more horizontal than it is vertical, or like a pyramid, so to speak. I genuinely feel like MAKU is more like this, where it started with something and then it expand downward, so it gets a little wider near the as you're declining, and then LingQ was kind of more like this way, and they were like kind of building up. And then Duolingo is very flat too. Kind of like they don't usually try to integrate into like a gold standard. You could make an argument, maybe you could also see Duolingo this way because Spanish, right? Spanish and English at top. If we're talking about quote unquote content and not its method. I'm talking about its method more so. These are method drawings as opposed to content drawings, which the two of you have a different perspective than me, where you're talking about the content as opposed to like the methodology. You've used LinkQ as well. You read things you read things you found interesting on there. Oh, interesting. The videos weren't very appealing to you. Yeah, because LinkQ is the content is curated in a sense. If you're reading, you're more likely to have a physical book. That's fair. That's fair. A graded read. I don't know. Does French have a graded reader? A graded reader alternative? Graded readings. What is a horizontal graded reader? I'm not sure if there are too many horizontal graded readers. Typically, the graded reader apps and to choose maybe like limit themselves to 2 or 3 languages at most, largely because they require writers for the graded reading generation, like generating content. Let's see.
略数
Yaksu. You add to the soeru.
添える
Soeru. Say what?
催促
Nice.
Hankoku
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the 3.5 or 4 days. I thought they still separated. Like the levels, the reason why the way I'm using it still results in 10 days or 11 days is because you're always 1 or 2 kanji short of the threshold, or 3 or 4 kanji short of the threshold. So if the last the 10, you think it's level 45 and up, where so they just have all the kanji unlocked so the threshold can be completed in 1 day. Yeah, the reason I would be clocking through every 7 days if they didn't break up the level like that. I think it's a design that I typically don't agree with. Okay, so then it'll be it'll be 3.5 or 4 days pretty much. I don't think the volume is an issue. The lesson volume is not an issue. Typically, most of the things I worked on was to create a scalability. So most of the time, I don't really concern myself with content, but I test myself in the beginning what the content is. So the content in the beginning is whatever the lesson threshold is. Usually the highest I've ever seen was 109 lessons in a day. It was one recently. I'm not sure if it's gonna get any higher. And then the highest review, which I'll put in dash, is somewhere up here. If that's 109, it would be around 260 to 300. That's the highest range. So anything above these, usually what I do is I spend most of the time creating efficiency methods to handle more. So I'm not operating at 100%. This is no longer my 100%. This is no longer my 100% either. And the very first time I did this, I wasn't exhausted when it's here. My accuracy was still maintained at 90% plus, if not 95% plus. So even then, I could actually already theoretically be above this. But generally speaking, I don't get to test that because WaniKani is scheduler, right? So, but while whatever this physical thing is, I'm usually working on methods to increase scalability. So whether I'm at my limit or not, I'm still improving scalability. So this feels more like I'm working at 60%. So I have headroom regardless of the volume increase. At that level, you'll do 140 every 4 days. Sounds rough. That sounds pretty doable. I'm already working at way higher capacities than that. So, again, it's when you're saying 140 lessons, the difference between you and me is you're looking at it as the difference between 20 and 40 lessons. I'm looking at it as an expectation of 109 to 40, and even then I have a gap of 40% gap between my maximum and this. So if you take 40% gap, that's exceeding 140. That's at least 160 lessons, and I'll still be okay. So it only sounds rough because that's your lesson threshold. And let's not forget, Hanzahiro is 20 lessons every day still. So I already do what you do in Chinese. That's my normalized rate. So Hanzahiro is always 20 lessons every single day. It's also half the time you unlock them. That has nothing to do with it. Half the time is association and retention. So you're still doing one round of encoding regardless. So the short term attention, association, and retention would be even stronger during the short term. So getting through those levels would be easier, not harder. It's harder when there's bigger distance. And bigger distance scale very hard. But if it's immediate, regardless of the impression, the initial encoding is already about 95% plus. So regardless of how high the volume is, if the encoding stays in its fidelity, then I have no concern for the volume. The goal of the great limiter is time. So yes, it could be rough with time. In terms of how to learn and encode that, I don't think it's really rough. You see, everything is a time standpoint. It's rough on using your time. Yeah. That's my major concern. So there is a chance that I might not unlock everything. Like I might not have enough time in the day to do so because it's gonna suck, right? That I can't stop time, unfortunately. So my quality that I need to gain could be because I run out of time. Like when we're talking and speaking and all that, I want to make time for that. So if these days, they might still be 7 days long because I need to separate my time. Yeah, my body doesn't keep up with all this. So that's probably the rough part. Yeah, the content itself is perfectly fine. I wish I could do this for like as long as I can, but my eyes go out, my voice goes out, my sleep disappears, and eating disappears. So can't really do that, unfortunately. So I understand that from that perspective. If you think it's rough because of time, it's rough because of time. Yeah. It's kind of like loving to play video games, and you could foreseeably play video games forever, but time catches us all, you know. I had no idea that's how it's done, by the way. That means that I could actually finish if I were to do a marathon, right? Let's see. You're saying, what was it? 4 days? Let's just say roughly 4 days for 15 levels. That is what? So 2 months? Oh, 2 months is too long of a period. So I'll probably end up slowing down. 1 month marathons are okay. Like for example, October, I had to squeeze in a marathon. Basically, I did WaniKani, Hanzahiro, and 3 to 6 hours of drawing for Inktober. I did that every single day for 30 days straight. Right? 2 months sound like it will hit me too hard. Like, so maybe I'll do it for the first month and see how it feels. And then weigh the last 30. If that is the case, then technically I can save a lot more time than I thought. But I was banking on the idea that it would take 7 days. Because most people prioritize and do their thing, and when they prioritize, it's that amount of time. In fact, I really just it was a little questionable whether I do the 20 lessons a day to stagger to create character stagger and still save the time to reach like your 10-day threshold situation, which I don't really do. I do all volume all the time. So it would have been interesting if they decided not to have a half batch system, and that would put me at a 5-day cycle, which could be devastating. And to account for drift, it would be a 5 to 6 day cycle. That would probably destroy me. For like 45 levels, that would probably, because 45 levels times 60, that's like 270 days of that cycle. That's too long. That's way too long. I can't do it for that long. 2 months would be a limit. 2 months is definitely a limit. And the limit would be, when it comes to 2 months, is the highest like time I can spend adequately without destroying my body would be roughly 9 hours per day, which is pretty average, because if you think about people's work days, right? People's work days are at 8 hours plus. So I can maintain it for 9 hours. But generally, it's undesirable to maintain it even across the weekends. So I would require a rest day. At least like two rest days. When I was younger, I would say when I was younger, I operated at like 15 hours a day. Every single day. That's like 15 years ago though. I worked 15 hours, like intellectually. So when we're talking about learning things and reading things, usually it goes about 15 hours a day, every single day. If I'm not studying for exams or preparing for things, I'm doing research. So this is where my threshold has been for some time. I'm not sure if it's still there because I haven't really tested that. Usually what I'm doing now is I'm saying very safe. I have 6 hours set aside for conversation, and that's throughout the entire day. So whether I'm online, like on stream or offline, I use 6 hours located. So this conversation that we're having and the conversation I'm having with Bree, 6 hours every single day, I make for that. If by the end of the day I still have hours left over, this is dedicated to writing and brainstorming. So in this case, I watched Midnight Diner, for example. I watched the first episode of Midnight Diner about Akai-san. Akai-san. I really enjoyed it. It was quite lovely. It is a vignette style, and I am a very big fan of vignette style storytelling, which plays to like a Dragon and a lot of indie games that I play. But they use vignette style storytelling. In Like a Dragon, it's called sub stories that are on the slice of life of the thing. So right now I'm trying to make time for that. Today I didn't have time because I have errands to run. I was doing a financial errand for my family, with my family. Yeah, so right now I have 6 hours, and then typically it's 5 hours Hanzahiro and WaniKani. That's what I set aside. These are my functional hours. And then 11 hours, right? That doesn't add up to 16 yet. Then there's 5 hours of multiple upkeep. So 5 hours would be eating while digesting something that's related to someone, making a product for someone, having a private conversation, 5 hours. And then I try to always leave an 8-hour gap for my sleep. And usually I don't actually get a total of 8 hours of sleep. It's usually approximately anywhere between 6 to 8 because I do have bouts of mania and my sleep does get interrupted by myself compulsively a lot of times. I don't want to call it OCD, right? But there is something that I do manage each and every day compulsively, and it does impact my sleep. Now, this has been managed for most of my life, so I'm not developing OCD or I'm succumbing to OCD. This has been left in check for relatively like 20 years now. Large to routine and whatnot. And the compulsion is dealing with like sudden bouts of mania, where I feel this feels like I'm describing a normal kid these days, but I do, because of a lot of information I take in each and every day, and I'm relatively high functioning throughout the day, it also ends up meaning that I'm high functioning into the sleep. And being high functioning into sleep disrupts your sleep. You start thinking about things that will immediately break your sleep. Sometimes it leads to lucid dreaming as well, where my mania breaks my sleep as well. I don't know if you've ever had lucid dreams before. That's when you know you're dreaming and you still continue to sleep through the dream while knowing that you're dreaming. It doesn't happen too often, and that, I feel like, in my opinion, is telling me that I'm having a problem with consistent sleeping. I don't think lucid dreaming is a consequence of it's like a corollary consequence of all this, but whenever I start seeing an increase in lucid dreaming, it also, lucid dreams, that's when you have a dream and you know you're dreaming. So I don't know if you've had those before. To me, it tells me that I'm not sleeping enough, or my like whatever I'm thinking about is overrepresented when I'm sleeping, so I'm not calming down properly. And that's when I kind of make sure that I should scale back whatever I'm doing. For French things, not much in terms of graded readers or physical copies. There's some websites that you've used, but other than that, you tend to pick books you've already read in English. Oh, okay. You've heard people train to get them consistent, the lucid stuff? Like deliberately becoming a lucid dreamer, or coping with it? Like for myself, I think my lucid dreaming is somewhat associated with how much mania. Oh, yes, to which one? Yeah, I try to keep it under control because I think it's a good indicator that I have too much thoughts going into my sleep. Like too many. Become a lucid dreamer. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't really ever considered lucid dreaming as a boon because it's largely associated with how intense my thoughts are before going to bed. Keeping my intensity of my thoughts down also coincidentally reduces the occurrence of lucid dreaming, which I prefer to know that I'm sleeping well enough, like having quality of sleep, as opposed to gaining such a boon in lucid dreaming. It's a compromise. It is kind of fun though. I actually had one this past day, but it was kind of really gross because it's kind of one of those language related ones where I keep thinking chaku. I had a lot of situations where chaku was related to me trying to say go all in, and I couldn't connect these two. They're not connected. Like when I thought about it, I know they're not connected, but my dream kept involving me and trying to connect these two things together, and it caused me to wake up after like 3 hours of sleep. And then when you wake up from a sleep, I get out of bed for like 30 minutes or something, and then I go back, because associating an inability to sleep with your bed would be fairly an unhealthy habit association if you're trying to get to bed. So these things happen not that frequently, largely because of how I'm maintaining my lifestyle. I'm fairly disciplined when it comes to managing the things I have to do, like eating and sleeping, in order to stay functional, in order to not glide into dysfunctional practices. I think most of the time managing compulsions or the things that other people share voluntarily, when they self-diagnose and stuff, I can begin somewhere, but it's very difficult for me to produce the impression on people on how long and how much time it takes to invest in yourself to manage what I would say high degrees of function while taking advantage of that function. I think with many things that you want in excess, it comes with management skills. And that's kind of what I would say as a primer to most things. And then when people are curious about what I actually do each and every day, it becomes a little bit more self-explanatory. Especially about the workload and whatnot, like content, why I de-emphasize content over routine. Usually content is something that either will be time dependent or excessive. It can be in diminished return. So developing routines and habits are my gold standard, because they are part of my quality of life. If I begin to consistently lax on the idea of my routines, then I myself, maybe like most humans, become more and more laxed with taking due diligence about my mental health. And that comes with a lot of discipline that I see others feel like they understand what that takes, and I honestly am unsure if they understand the lengths I go to, at least in my opinion, relatively speaking, to communicate all the things that I do. I try my best to talk about all these routines, and then the idea is that you do all of it. At some point, you're capable, at least in my opinion, a human being is capable of efficiently carrying out all the tasks that I've shared without feeling like it's inefficient. And that's kind of one of the things that I've leveraged about my life. Like, you're high functioning, but resting on being high functioning doesn't necessarily mean you can stay complacent. You don't have to stay complacent. You can want more. Being high functioning can often be a glass ceiling or a crutch. Like thinking your life sleep hygiene isn't a big deal, since you're high functioning, you can get things done, so you don't have to fix your sleep schedule, or you don't have to try to improve it. I'm consistently and always greedy about improvement. If I want to encourage other people to constantly seek better things about their life and be proactive, I want to also demonstrate that I do that every single day. The only way I stay ahead of whatever this is to stay ahead. And oftentimes I don't look at what I can't do or what will become. I constantly build myself towards whatever whatever come what may, right? Kind of interesting when I have an opportunity to share some of the things I'm working on. And that's kind of what I'm doing now, I suppose, for the last couple years. It doesn't sound like I want to find a way to make it look approachable and not some Goliath of a mountain. Like, I am no Prometheus, right? For example, like it's not a Herculean task. It's a task that you spend each and every day kind of nudging towards. And that is its own reward each and every day. I didn't get here because I suddenly got here when I started learning Japanese. No, not even close. I think when I had this workload, I had it since I was 13 or 14. How I managed that workload has changed dramatically. Because when I was 13 and 14, I was a mess. I was emotionally unstable. Like, stoically, publicly stable. Like, suppress your memory, suppress your emotions, and null your empathy or like your frustrations of not that. Yeah, you do all that. You do all that until you become your own adult. And then maybe one day you would get lucky and stuff and be able to explore that. Nowadays, I turn my anger into productiveness. I turn, like, whenever I get angry, that becomes a product, something that I can use. I still get angry, but that anger is also liberating, teaching, functional, not dysfunctional, and constantly a negative eyesore in which I constantly fight with myself and reject myself. That's kind of the other part of management. When you're younger, especially when you're younger, you can manage most of these things. The dysfunction doesn't really take over most of the time. As you get older and older, you have to juggle more and more responsibilities and more things. Eventually, it'll come to a breaking point. And honestly, mental breakdowns are becoming increasingly concerningly more common these days, especially in the public eye. So I don't have mental breakdowns. I rarely ever show cracks publicly. But then again, if you meet me IRL, I'm very similar too. Like, this is one of those situations where if you think I'm not like this in some way or shape or form when the stream goes off, no, I'm kind of like this. The one thing that I am not like this is that my body gives out. So I do get tired. I do speak less because, well, if you speak 24 hours a day with your voice, that's probably gonna wreck you. So there are things that are different, but my mind isn't different. Like, I will be as verbose and long-winded and emotionally invested behind my texts, behind my writing, as much as my speaking. I don't think that is something that I can empathize with other people ever. Most people would tell me, oh, I can't do this because I'm so used to doing this. And I'm like, you can start now if you want. Like, we can talk about why is it that you treat texting as a limiter as opposed to trying to be creative in how to express and find analogous use for texting over speaking, because that's what I also can do in a way. It's not the same. In fact, it's very different. I agree with you. However, you can achieve different things because they're different. Right? That's usually what I'm thinking of. So whenever I hear that you're asking me what am I going to do for the 3.5 or 4 days, I look forward to it. It sounds amazing. Whenever someone says something is rough ahead, I'm like, opportunity strikes. Let's go. We'll see. I mean, that also means that I have an opportunity to cut my time in half. That's interesting. I was worried about 2026 because I need to juggle other things. I was trying to keep these projects to a year project, but WaniKani and Hanzahiro and even Duolingo are most definitely 2-year projects. Duolingo, because of its updates, one of the 2 projects that I was working on technically reached an end. Now it's no longer an end. So at some point, I still kind of want to go back and see. It will be a lot faster because we've already formed association. You're in listening mode, I don't know, by the way. You're outside and it's cold. Oh yeah, no worries, Drama. No. Oh, it's cold. I hope you're bundling up, Drama. One of the little potatoes, the little goobers that I know got ill recently, and they're kind of on the mends today. It doesn't seem like they dramatically improve. Hopefully they're feeling a little bit better. Around this year is when I see a lot of people start getting like influenza and whatnot. You're testing your e-tech clothing? Oh, okay. Excellent. That sounds like a very fun experiment. Like, here's another thing about my safety, right? A lot of around this time, influenza happens. It's freezing and you're out in just a sweater. Okay. All right. And the heat tech stuff, I see. So here's one that I have a problem relating to. So influenza happens around this time of season, right? And I can honestly tell you, I have a very low recollection of what that is anymore. I don't remember the last time I had the flu. And I'm not saying that I have an impressive immune system. I didn't challenge this. Usually what I typically do is I live a life where like my hygienes and my compulsions and routines typically make this a non-issue. So I don't actually remember like the last time I had a cold. Now there is some stipulation about the common cold and influenza. I do have respiratory genetic dispositions, like respiratory problems or respiratory limitations, allergies, pretty much year-long allergies. So there is a chance maybe some of the symptoms of cold and influenza may be like to a less intensity, and that's what masks it. But generally speaking, around this time of year, I typically spend more time taking care of people back in the day than needing to take care of myself, because usually whatever my hygiene and routines have kept me pretty wonderfully healthy when it comes to cold. So I'm very reflexively concerned about other people. I like carrying like cough drops and what do you call those things? Larenga? Yeah, like cough drops and stuff. And maybe some zinc sprays. We're not expecting that people typically, like, I have acquaintances who expect to have a flu once a year during this time. That's kind of what I typically. So far, you're only regretting not wearing a beanie. Ah, your head, yeah. There was one time. Hear me out. Your ears are freezing. Yeah, I was just about to talk about the ears. There was one time where I specifically just bought earmuffs, and I was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and I wore gloves. I wore mittens. Like I got mittens, earmuffs, and good insulated shoes, and I was wearing a t-shirt and some shorts, and I was okay. There's something about the ears and you know the high circulatory points, right? Your hands, your feet, and your face basically, but a lot of times it's also your ears, so it's like parts of your face. So it seems like the core is pretty good when you're like really healthy, but it's kind of often the place of discomfort tends to be your extremities. Highly vascular. I'm not sure about the ears specifically. It's usually the cheeks, around the cheek area, but your hands and your feet are highly vascularized. That's actually kind of how your body regulates its body temp when you're sleeping as well. Heat radiates from your hands and your feet and your face and like your head to alleviate the core to lower the body temperature by like 1 to 2 degrees Celsius, which is very conducive to sleeping. It's kind of like what your body goes through. A very interesting thing. Quite a intriguing phenomenon if you want to read about your body temp, how it regulates temperature in different activities.
2杯
All right, let's keep going here. We still got to get to our Hansa hero today. I think I skipped one already, so we gotta come back to it. What? Oh.
大略
Maybe
器用
Iyo.
略図
略図
強
行
烈
列 I might have to block off those days. Like the 2 months. That would be kind of fun to do like marathon WaniKani for those 2 months. Oh, the 2 solid months. Doesn't make a lot of room for monthly projects. This month I was supposed to start I had planned to start Hades 2 like 3 days ago. But obviously serendipity revealed other opportunities to use my time that I set aside.
猛烈
Oh, let's see.
3杯
One thing I can definitely assure most people is if you see me plan something and I haven't done it yet, then that means something more interesting came along. Yeah. Not a waking day do I tend to want to focus on the idea of the things I can't do yet or the things I won't do yet, but more I'm probably at this very moment doing something.
怖い 宴会
Okay.
も
Oh. But I'm not learning Japanese. It's not like it's the end of the world. I'm probably developing a different skill while I have the opportunity to. I've learned quite a lot from the idea of being next to someone and being able to help. Like, I learned to cook a lot of things that needed in a pinch, a lot of like home remedies and superstitions and quote unquote life hacky things here and there, actually being around people when things come up. I'll learn, you know, like some sewing skills here and there. There are quite a lot of skills that I picked up that I haven't used in some time now. Whoops. Choose.
研修生
日刊
Mikan.
au
Okay. Whoops.
恐
Go
怖
for it. Hmm.
申請
申請
請求
熱烈
熱烈
熱烈えOops.
受
受
ける
ける。Heck. Oh wait, that's not fresh. That's something else. Wait, that is fresh. Hmm. Oh no. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Something about, okay, let's think about this. We have field, car. It's Ma in it? Oh no. Something about, oh wait, I remember this. Azayaka.
鮮やか
Vivet.
見る
Miru.
診察
Insatsu.
略語
Yakugo. I. Whoops.
宗教
Yukio. What the? You watch some Japanese video while sitting in the train? You'll check your. Yeah, take care, drama. Good luck. Good luck with your work before vacation. Oh no. Is it Go? Or Ji? She? Pep? Oh. I don't know. Fuck. Dang, that one's gonna crush me.
勧誘
詰める
Susumeru.
進める
Susumeru.
一杯
Oh, it's this one is Ineru.
ひねる
Oh no. Oh no. Ah, okay. I feel like this was kind of related to Yoshi. It's like I think it's Soshi. Oh, come on. Pretty sure I don't think it's um I don't think it's Sama for I know it's she. Probably she. No. No. This is new. This is definitely new. And oh no. This is Yoshi. Right? No, this is Yoshi. Right? No, not Yoshi. Yosu.
様子
Yosu. What am I thinking of Yoshi? I'm thinking of orphan. No, adopted kid. This is Yosu. State of things. This is new. Okay. Man, what is tomorrow like? Oh, tomorrow is gonna be late into the day. Should I take a bye day tomorrow? We could flip the schedule tomorrow and try to get this. Because it's day 4, then we have a leap day, right? And a leap day has some pretty solid volume. Yeah, this was a long day. Go over our... So that means, hold up. 4.5. So let's see, I'm 15 levels away, right? 15 levels from there. And let's just say roughly, so I'm 150 days away. That's 5 months before we hit the gigantic months, right? That would put us somewhere around July or June. June and July. Now think about it. June and July seems like a pretty decent time to ramp up temporarily. That would reduce the time down to 1.5 years. Huh. Tempting. Very tempting. Doesn't really impact the rate. Okay. Alright. This is day 3, so we're gonna skip and just go straight into our read today. So reads and then into our definitions. So saku, fence, meat, allure, awa, dry up, ke, lineage, kon, marriage, you, play, heat, flag, show, illumination, height, pleasant, un, addition, bean, or, full, scarce, eki, suitable, yo, deposit, and prolong, yoku, the next, keen, hence, I, or, okay. Natsu, nostalgia. Oh, push. Makura. Pillow. Ua. Float. Roll. Leak. Token. Oh, purchase. Itsu. Go beyond. Shoku. Decorate. Soul. Boisterous. Hai. Back. Tatsu. Photograph. Oh. Steal. Neo. Smell. Newt. Wet. And mate. Nice. Alright. That's it for today. Not too bad. In both cycles, we kind of dropped one, right? And then we had like a rough pause on like 4-ish out of the 300 reviews. So pretty good today. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Nipped it in bud, even at 4.5 hours. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always free to welcome Yap. I'm more than happy to listen, maybe provide some commentary, fill in some of those times. Right. You're always welcome. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, get some extra energy. Back for our Hanzi hero. Thank you, thank you.